Okay. Sorry about that. There we go. My computer is a little bit slow today for some reason. Well, good evening.
How are you both
And we
doing?
have Mike.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hi, Mike.
Good evening, Mike. Good evening, Elusive, and good evening, Ellen. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
How are you
And
doing?
today's top. Well, I'm doing pretty good. I'm just tired. I slept bad last night, so
Oh, dear.
I took a 1 hour nap.
Power nap.
So
So
yeah,
I'm just
1 hour
trying to
nap
sort the audio
from
out. I
5 to
can't
6
hear
o'clock.
through the headphones.
And we have Guardian in the house. Good to see you. Today's topic is the ethics and tactics of non-lethal defense.
Oh, that's
And
it.
this
All
is
those
the
Brits are out.
Yeah, that is a topic most prepping channels never talk about. They talk about guns and how they gonna deal with the situation with brute force, but nobody talk about the ethics and tactics of non-lethal defense.
Yeah, I've got my British self-defense right here.
Yeah, using a frying pan and hit people with. Oh.
Yes,
Let's see.
it's an
We have some
interesting subject anyway.
Nikki on your side, I believe, or whose side ever it is. I have no idea. Good to see you, Nikki. And Bob
Hey, Bob.
in the house. Good to see you. U.S. Americans are cast to the side, Bob.
We can have guns, Shadow.
Yeah.
Anybody know what this is?
Is that an airsoft gun?
Nope. It's a water gun. And if I want to season my chicken from a long distance, I can put some really hot sauce in it and season my chicken from a long distance, if you get my drift. Oh.
Looks like you might season your own chicken by accident.
Yeah.
This is why we can't have guns in this country. We're just not responsible.
Good to see you.
But yeah, hot sauce, making your own. I think many people have done videos on stuff like that. But yeah, it's an option if you want to season your chicken from a distance. Not any self-defense purposes, just
Yeah. What happened to Elusive, by the way?
I think he was having audio problems, so he'll probably come in from the garden, I'd imagine, and try and fix them.
You could use the same link again, Elusive, if you've already got it.
Yeah. I can send it to him anyway.
Exactly, Rob. Exactly. So mace you can't have in this country. The only thing you can legally have in this country for personal defence is an alarm. And hope some good Samaritan can come to your aid who also can't legally defend you.
Yeah.
Yeah, or you need some self-defense training.
Yep, that's an option. That's definitely an option. But I mean, you've got to also. This is last week. Well, was it last week or the week before? We were talking about risk assessment and situational awareness. All the martial arts training in the world, you still don't go up against somebody with a 3-foot machete or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the best self-defense is always just to try and get away. No matter how good, no matter how good your jiu-jitsu is.
Avoidance.
Yeah.
Let's see. Nelly on the land. Good to see you again. Sophia,
Mm.
you're new here. Welcome anyway.
Somebody
to
asked
see you.
about sea fishing though. That's interesting. These
It is best.
kayaks in the back aren't for sea fishing. They're whitewater kayaks, so you could do that, but I wouldn't recommend it. They're a bit unstable. You want a proper sea kayak if you're going to do fishing, or an open top canoe.
They're just a
Hey,
really good
bud,
photo
good to see
of
you.
2 kayaks hanging up.
Yeah,
There's no
it's
kayaks there.
green screen, amazing.
I do that when I see Weapon Collector alive. It's like a sheet like this, but it's got all the still different stuff on. And sometimes I'm like, is that actually hanging up there, or is that a picture? I can't tell.
I've seen some really good green screens recently, because you can actually get AI green screens now, which you put in the prompt that you want, and it sort of creates the background. Some of them are really good. You know, I would probably come up with something better, to be honest. You know, but
Mike's coming to you.
And
live
Guardian
today.
Prepping says, train hard as if your life depends on it, because someday it may.
100%.
it's true.
He's right. He got a point there. Definitely.
I don't know if you guys can hear, but I've got a police helicopter flying around, so I don't know why.
It's because we
the
mentioned the
fire's too
word gun.
big.
We mentioned the word gun in the UK.
Yeah, and I've got a fire one as well. Yeah, so I don't know why they're flying around.
Looking for a guy in camouflage gear on his phone with a fire.
Minded his
trying to
own
hide my
business in his
face.
back garden.
Yeah.
Hello, the
Hey,
real.
we have Dear Love Survival in the house too. Good to see you, brother.
Good evening, Shadow. Good evening, everyone. Good
How you
evening.
doing?
Oh, messing about with
Hi,
my
dear
stand
love.
again. Good mate.
Yeah,
everyone.
Norfolk UK Prepper says, Panel UK Urban Prepper, if you want some hot sauce, I'll send you some of my Naga hot sauce.
I will beat that. I'll beat that. If you ever get a chance and you see it anywhere, have a look for Dave's Insanity Sauce. It's called.
Oh, Asda used to sell that. It was great. I used to get that and put it on a chicken wing, and then give it to an
Just-
unsuspecting person.
So I had one of these guys. I worked in a warehouse at the time. It was a long time ago, and I had one of these guys there. If you caught a fish this big, he caught a fish this big, all the time, right? So I made chicken sandwiches with loads of reggae sauce on, quite a mild spice sauce. Yep, and there's loads of it on, and I brought the bottle of Dave's Insanity Sauce at the same time. He said, "What's on that?" And I said, "Oh, it's this." He said, "Oh, I'll try it." I said, "Only have a tiny bit. It's really hot." And he saw my sandwich with loads on. He went, "Oh, if you've got loads, I can have loads." He poured it all over this sandwich he had. Took a bite, had to leave. Couldn't finish his shift.
Maybe try to play that trick on Brian, Mike.
Well, I think somebody sent the extra hot lollies to my house and they didn't arrive because of stupid Amazon delivery drivers. So that was going to be one thing, but yeah. Hot sauce. Generally, though, it's probably the closest thing we can have to any sort of mace in this country. I think.
I think I was shown something the other day that you could get from like the pound store, which is almost an equivalent to something like one of those type of sprays where I think he was using like a deep heat or something like that.
Yeah.
Some kind of heat, the cheap version of deep heat. I won't name names. I don't want them to be like chased after.
No, but it's right. If anybody's had deep heat and you accidentally get it on a sensitive part, like an armpit or something like that, it burns like anything. The problem you've got is the dispersal, because it's instant spray. So you'd either have to be point blank, whereas mace is more like a jet. That's the only thing. Wonder if you could refine deep heat.
Hot sauces to the topic
That is the topic.
today.
That is the topic.
Hi, Guardian Prepper. Just came out, just showed my face just to say hello, Guardian Prepper, and everyone in the chat. Alan, Mike, Elusive, Dartmoor, Shadow. Sorry, Shadow.
Hi, mate.
Hi, dear love.
Good evening, John Boy, Grandma, Grandpa. Everybody
Bobby
else.
Joe.
Okay, back to the topic. So we can.
Yeah, so
Managed very well.
that's genuinely the topic. So this is a water gun, like I say, and if you filled it with something like hot sauce, it is quite a strong deterrent, like ice and stuff like that. That's the only reason I was showing that, talking about the hot sauce.
Um,
Non-lethal, stingy.
yeah. Well, here in Sweden, we are allowed to have mace is not allowed here, or bear spray or anything. That's illegal. But we have what we call knockout spray. It's
Uh-huh.
a similar effect as mace, but it's license free, so I can carry that around with me without no problem. So,
Yeah, is that what?
but
I
that is
mean,
illegal probably in UK to have.
what's the effectiveness of it?
It is similar as a pepper spray. I
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
There is
the
Yeah,
UK
peppers.
is classified as a firearm,
Yeah.
isn't it? But you can get like a defense spray, which is like a patent kind of thing. I've got that. But obviously, martial arts is like a good idea.
Yeah, the one you're on about is like a identify that criminal deterrent type spray, isn't it? Spray them in the face and they're purple for a
if you
week.
You
spray
guys,
it in
the
your, if you
person
spray,
in red in the face, and it takes 3-4 weeks before that wears off.
I mean, if you spray it in the face, it gives you a few seconds to like run. But you could also use like a link spray or something. The same thing, innit? You can just spray that in the face. It gives you time to run, then, doesn't it? If you have to.
What did
And
that
lead
guy?
them.
What did that guy use against the Predator in the film? Do you remember when the Predator sort of looked at him and thought, "You're ill, you're no threat," and then he turned his back, and then the old chap used some kind of spray, he set it alight.
Oh, is that like a hairspray type thing?
That was some kind of spray that he had. He had some kind of chest problems, and he was
Right.
Lung cancer. So
Lung
it was
cancer.
medication. So that was medication.
Some kind of meds, yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the problems with the UK, I don't know what it's like in
Hey,
Sweden,
Dave,
but
good to see you.
there's a little bit of a grey area as well when it comes to even non-lethal self-defense. So, if, for example, a baseball bat, for example, isn't illegal, you can buy a baseball bat. But if you buy a baseball bat and keep it under your bed for the sole purpose of self-defense, and then you use the baseball bat and cause some sort of grievous bodily harm to somebody who's breaking into your bedroom, technically you've then still used a weapon.
Crazy.
And it could be seen as being excessive based on kind of what damage you've done and all this kind of stuff. You know?
So
Yeah, but that's
always
the actual word,
on.
though, excessive. Excessive, though, isn't it? Like,
But
if
you-
you knock the person out with a baseball bat, it's absolutely fine. But it's if you keep on like smacking them on the head and they get like brain
If they're still
damage,
twitching,
it's more
keep hitting.
serious.
Yeah, but even if you've put it there solely for the purpose to be used as some sort of weapon, that in itself is an offence, from what I can
Yeah.
understand. I'm not a legal expert, but it does appear to be.
Personally,
So,
I think-
if you want, I mean, there's lots of things you can make into self-defense weapons. I mean, like drain cleaner works like an acid. You could melt somebody's face off with that. You could legally buy it out of a shop. But if you buy that and keep it in your handbag and then use it on a mugger, you're still going to go to prison.
Yeah, it's
I
all
think
it's all
depends, like,
context.
if the
So
person-
I was going to
yeah,
say,
the
if you've
person's
got the
a knife
baseball,
and they're stabbing people, then it's different, isn't it?
oh yeah, definitely do what you can. But if you've got a baseball bat, Alan, under your bed, just make sure the glove and the ball is with it.
Yeah, it used.
That's where you keep
Very
it.
slippery pickle.
Do you remember it used to be the old thing with the car where people used to keep a tool bag in the back of their car, and basically the tool bag was just so they could keep a screwdriver and a hammer. But the police have long since caught on to that. So if you used a screwdriver or a hammer and then you went to court, the first thing they would say is, "Are you a builder?" No. Can you demonstrate that you were transporting those tools to go and do some work somewhere? No. If it appears that you simply had that for the sole purpose of self-defense or some other defense, then that's just as good as carrying a knife in their eyes. You can carry a knife
one
in the
of my
UK
family-
legally if you're a chef
Yeah.
going to work or something, you know?
One of my family, well, he was in like CID, they get like funny if you've got like a weapon like under your driving seat or anywhere near your seat. They'll get funny about it. If it's in the boot, they're not too bothered because unless it's like a big like knife or
Well, you're using the W word. The W word is the problem in this country. Yeah, weapon is the problem. It's not weapon, right? You got a giant maglite torch. It's under your seat in case you break down and you need to see the engine, right?
Yeah.
You've got a steering lock for security. One of the bar ones that go across that extends that is solid. Yeah, it's for security. Yeah, using the word weapon for anything in this country is where you're going to run into issues.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. But I mean, like if you use your head and put it in the right place, you should be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here
like
in
at home,
Sweden,
I've got a metal baseball bat, and I keep it in my bedroom. But yeah. So if they see that, if they want to say that, I want, then I'll just say, yeah, it is. It's for like can't say it now. Self defense, like
I think you'd possibly run into trouble by doing that, to be honest. I only had a quick sort of like chat GPT look at the UK law, but having a baseball bat in your bedroom for the sole purpose of self-defense does appear to be a crime in the UK.
I think Dartmoor, then there's going to be like a lot of people in trouble because there's a lot of farmers and stuff, and they've all got like air rifles, baseball bats, like in their bedrooms. Like I know like quite a few, and yeah, it's quite a big thing around here because obviously it's all remote and that, especially at night time, it gets dark really quickly. A lot of farmers do have stuff in their rooms and stuff, right? So
yeah, I mean, I'm sure. I'm sure most people probably do. Most people probably have something in their bedroom that they could use as an aid to self-defense should they wake up and somebody's standing at the end of the bed. But if you specifically go out of your way to make something a self-defense tool, and it's kind of obvious that it's a self-defense tool, because it hasn't got any purpose being in the bedroom, then you might fall foul of some sort of stupid, ridiculous UK law. If you live in the UK, I appreciate a lot of people, maybe even most people on Shadow's stream might not live in the UK. There's an American guy probably right now thinking, what the hell are these guys talking about as he's polishing his machine gun? It's different countries have got different rules, obviously, and the UK is probably one of the worst when it comes to self-defense.
And here in Sweden, it's it's kind of ridiculous at some point from my point of view anyway. Let's say if somebody attacked you with a stick, you have the right to defend with a stick. If somebody attack you with a knife, you have a right to defend yourself with a knife. If somebody attack you with a gun, you can have the right to defend yourself with a gun. But the problem is, most of us don't have guns.
Yeah.
And in that premise, in Sweden, I'd hate to come across a flasher. Sorry.
If you can only use the tools that they intend on using on you, I could just turn into a good night for some people, or a bad night for others.
Should attack me with a spear, I can defend myself with a spear because I have one.
What's the likelihood of somebody attacking you with a spear?
I think Mike's learned a lot of bad habits of Brian.
Yeah, there is. I mean, there are some UK examples where people have defended themselves successfully. So, for example, if somebody breaks into your house, this happened recently, I think about 2 years ago, like 2 or 3 men burst into a house. It was the wrong house, but they burst in with masks and knives, and they attacked a man, and he somehow managed to get the knife off them, and he killed one of them. Now, he got away with that, because that's seen as self-defense. If you take an attacker's knife and then the course of a fight used their weapon on them, that's self-defense. And there was also a very famous case of a farmer who shot somebody with a shotgun after being burgled, I don't know how many times, 10 times or something ridiculous.
Yep.
But it went to court for a very long, and there was a big legal battle over it because he ended up shooting somebody who was obviously completely unarmed, but he'd been repeatedly burgled, and he was a farmer. So, you can imagine the terror that the guy had of having these intruders.
I think the biggest issue was he shot them in the back as they were running away.
Yeah. So I mean, he kind of went after them, but I think I can't remember the whole details of that. I think he might have got convicted, but then it got dropped or something.
I think it got overturned afterwards.
Yeah, it got overturned, I think, yeah.
Sophia says, I work with an ex-detective sergeant, and he always preaches to me about self-defense. Necessary force no matter what you use.
Yeah, but it's not in the moment. I would say defend yourself. Yeah, I'm one of those that I'll pick up anything. You know, if it's defending my family, I'll go down swinging. But
Yeah.
it's the legal ramifications afterwards we're talking about more so. I don't think the police would say anything to you if it was self-defense. If it was obviously self-defense, it's when it starts going down the legal chain. And in a country where you can get locked up for a year for saying a naughty word on Twitter, then having a baseball bat in your house without a baseball glove and a baseball will suddenly come back to haunt you. And the guy that probably did the original attack will be out before you are.
Yeah, and baseball's not exactly a sport that's played a lot in the UK, so there's always that as well, you know.
I think it's the assessing of it, isn't it? Like if someone comes into your house and you're like a young guy, then you could have like a fist fight and you can have a chance in it. But if they come into your house with like a weapon, they've busted through your door, they've come through like a barrier, haven't they? So it depends if they come through like a barrier. Depends how much, like if they're bigger than you, it could be like your mum or your dad who's older, and they're like a young person, and they just pick up nearest thing. I think it's more about the assessiveness, though. That if you just do the minimal that you can to try to protect yourself, but a UK law though, it's just crazy these days, isn't it?
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm kind of with Mike on this. If somebody breaks into my house, I couldn't care less about what the UK law says. And I'm not going to be sitting thinking about it as I'm fending myself, you know, try to defend my family. I'll use every piece, any means I've got around me to defend myself, because as far as I'm concerned, it's a fight to the death. You know, if that person overpowers me and kills me, what are they then going to do to my children and stuff? It could be a psycho for all I know. I don't know the circumstances of it, you know, so yeah.
Do you want the key legal principles in the UK according to AI Gemini on Google?
Yeah.
They are reasonable force. You're legally permitted to use force that is no more than is reasonable necessary to protect yourselves and others from harm. Genuine belief. Genuine belief. The law considers the circumstances as you genuinely believe them to be at the time, even if you're mistaken. No requirement to wait to be attacked. You do not have to wait for an attack to happen before you can act in self-defense, but the force you use must still be reasonable. No duty to retreat. You are not legally required to run away from a threat. It's advisable if it's a knife, trust me, but you're not legally required to. And the last one, excessive force is not permitted. You cannot use excessive force. This can lead to legal issues, especially if you use more force than is necessary to stop a threat. For example, chasing after and attacking an intruder after they have already left your home is unlikely to be considered self-defense. Now, excessive force, people think that's a physical thing, like how hard you hit them. Not necessarily, because if somebody's broke into your house and they're pepped up on something they shouldn't be, it can take a lot to bring down somebody when they're under the influence of something. So excessive force is just until the threat is subdued. Yeah.
I mean, sometimes the police use proper judgment with this. A long time ago now, I can't even remember, maybe 15 years ago or something, I was at a campsite at Alton Towers, funnily enough. It was like a sort of few family members and some friends. And there was a tent across from us with a couple of girls and a couple of guys. And they got hammered drunk. And there was a crowd of us. There was maybe 10 of us. And they got hammered drunk. And what basically transpired was the two guys, I think, had fell out with the girls. And they were driving in circles doing donuts in their cars. And then one of the guys in the group of people I was with confronted them. And these two boys, who were, you know, quite young, but they were hammered, started trying to use their car as a weapon. And they were actually like driving over tents and things. And I got a tire iron from my car, and I smashed the driver's window of this car, and I managed to get in and get his keys. And somebody had, phoned the police by this point, and the police showed up, and they arrested the two boys, and they arrested me, and took me to the local police station. I spent all night in that police station, but the next day, the custody sergeant says, "Yep, we got all the statements. We can see it was you were acting and not just self-defense, but these guys could have killed somebody by running over a tent while they were asleep. So you've actually prevented something serious taking place by using the force that you used to try and subdue these two boys." And they let me go, even though I'd had to spend a whole night on a hard bench inside a cell. But they kind of used their judgment at least. But I suppose from their point of view, it's not like I then started beating the guys up. I literally just smashed my way into their vehicle and took their keys, and then some other people sort of like held them down while the police got there. But I remember at the time thinking, okay, so that's you can kind of get away with doing that at least, because I wasn't sure. I remember at the time when I was in the back of the police van thinking, I'm going to get done for something here, because it's the UK. Even 15 years ago, it was a bit crazy. But yeah, nothing really came of it. But so you can use some force, I suppose. But I suppose if I then beat that guy up, it probably would have been a different story.
Yeah, I found what I googled on the Swedish defense laws on English, and what the AI says about it. In Sweden, the right of self-defense is legally recognized in Chapter 24 of the Criminal Code, and it's a justification for using force that is not blatantly unjustifiable. This means the force used must be proportionate to the threat faced, and courts will assess the actual situation, not the defender's perception, to determine if the action was criminal or justifiable. The right extends to defending oneself or another person from criminal attack. Key aspects of self-defense law in Sweden. Number 1, proportionality. The response must be proportionate to the threat. You can use deadly force if the threat involves deadly force, but you cannot use excessive force. Justification. The defense is justified if the action is not obviously unjustifiable given the circumstances. Objective assessment. Courts will consider the actual situation to determine if the self-defense was necessary and proportionate. Scope. The right applies to defending against a violent criminal attack, and it can be exercised by the person being attacked or anyone else nearby. Consideration of fear and stress. While the law is based on an objective assessment, some legal scholars argue that Swedish courts have sometimes been too rigid and have not adequately considered the fear and stress a person experiences during an attack when evaluating the actions taken in self-defense. That is what the AI says. So
it does sound pretty similar, like in principle, right? In principle, it's all about not using excessive force and stuff like that. It's whether that then put into practice reflects on the legal system, because that's what's fundamentally broken in this country. Even if we've got the same sort of laws as you in Sweden, it's when we do it to that level and still get prosecuted for it.
Yeah, I mean, there's cases of people who have had fights in the street, the completely equal fights, and then just, by pure fluke, a single punch has killed a person, or they fell and banged their head or something, and then that person finds themselves potentially going to prison for the rest of their life because they had a drunken fight with their friend or something. There's lots of cases like that.
I know a case exactly like that on a personal level as well. So yeah, it does happen. Not killed, but brain damaged.
I suspect, I think Swedish law is quite similar to UK law. I think the UK is probably a little bit more stupid than Sweden when it comes to most laws.
As he likes to brag, Shadow's allowed bigger and fancier blades than me.
Yeah.
Oh, you never let me
No,
forget
I'm
that
not gonna.
one.
I'm not gonna drop it. No. I like. So I like. It's a shame Bob's not here right now, but because Bob had a take on this originally when we spoke about it a while ago, and it was the do not engage side of things. Like if it's a complete nutter at the end of your driveway sort of thing, it's about stood there being present, showing a show of force, like intimidation in a way, but not engaging. And that itself can be a deterrent and a self-defense technique.
Yes, it's the acting crazy. It's the give the guy the crazy eyes look and hope that he thinks this guy's wired. I'm just not going to go near him type thing. Which I imagine does work in some cases. Everybody remembers that little scrapper kid at school, that nobody went near, even though he was stick thin and not a muscle on him, but he appeared kind of nuts, so you wouldn't go near him.
We didn't have one of those. Oh no,
Oh.
It was me. Yeah, interesting.
I think when it comes to like non-lethal type self-defense things, though, we're just thinking about kinetic force. We're just thinking about things that hit each other and things like that. But things like flashlights aren't illegal in the UK, and you can get some seriously powerful flashlights in the UK that, well, I mean, they'll bloody practically blind you, definitely momentarily, and especially at nighttime. That's a great tool to defend yourself against an intruder.
The one I've just give away on to one of the gold members, and the one I'm doing a review on, which will go live shortly. I lost the original video, so I've got to re-review it. It's a Wooburn one. It's like 40 or 50 quid. It's an expensive one. It's compact, but that on a strobe would disorientate anyone, even the most trained of people. It is super bright, and on the strobe, yeah, it's definitely enough to dazzle and give you some time.
Yeah. Or actually just strobes specifically. You can get really good strobe lights that you could just keep at the end of your bed, and maybe that with a noisy alarm might be enough just to deter an opportunist that's came in. But I mean, to my mind, if somebody has blatantly just broke into your house and they've actually got to the point of breaking into your bedroom or something, I think they're nutcases. I don't think they're in there to rob the silverware. I think they're in there to murder you.
Yeah. I was always under the impression if they are downstairs rooting through your stuff, it's call up, get a crime number, talk to the insurance. If they're coming up your stairs and a threat to your family, that's when the gloves are off. That was the legal impression I got.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense.
I really think every country should have a similar law to the States, where if they're in your house, it's fair game.
I suppose the only problem with that law is, I mean, I can't remember the name of the movie, but do you remember the movie where the state said that if somebody entered your house, you were legally allowed to kill them, and so they set it up that they invited somebody to the house, and there was a guy waiting. Yeah, there's a special law for it, but this happened it happened in this movie anyway, where they deliberately invite this person into the house in order to murder them, and they got away with it because, well, yeah, he crossed the threshold of my house.
Yeah, there is laws in place of like you can't invite somebody over. I think Simpsons did a take on that where Homer found out the law, and the first thing he did was say, "Hey, Flanders, come here," and she went, "It doesn't work if you invite him." Oh,
yeah.
Hadley, go away.
I remember hearing, I haven't looked into it for a long time, but I remember hearing that the law in Florida is incredibly liberal when it comes to what you can do as a means to not just self-defense, but even the defense of property. From what I understand, you can legally chase somebody down and shoot them if they've been on your property, and you can even shoot somebody for attempting to steal your car, not even stealing it, just attempting to steal it. So there are some very lax places.
I robbed Alan's house. It was great. He even gave me a free ticket to Florida. I have no idea why. Rubbing his hands together on the back of the plane.
I think probably the best defense, especially for Sweden and the UK, countries like this, are having layered levels of defense. Starting with just really good gates and fences and barriers around your property as best you can, and spotlights on your at your back door, or maybe those little
Yeah,
ones that you get around your house, and then good deadbolts and cameras, and you basically layering it all the way to the point where if somebody's went through all of those things to get into your house, they're very determined.
A layering system, so like on my gate I've got like a bell, so as soon as they open the gate it makes a noise. But I've also got like ring doorbell, so I've got the sensor inside, so as soon as they come through the gate it sets the sensor off on the ring doorbell. I've also got CCTV all the way around the house, but then they can't get to the front window, because what I've done is I put like a wicker fencing around the front of it, but quite wide, so you can't get up to it, but I've made it so it don't look too over the top, and I've just got like rose bushes like inside, like in between that and that. And then to get around the back, I've got like a combination lock gate. You've got to go through that, then you've got a key gate. So yeah, to get through that you've got to climb quite high to get over. And then on the side round the back is fencing, so I've got a big fence and then a smaller fence, so they got to get over that as well. The back of mine ain't too bad because it's like private right at the back. It's like a dead land. But yeah, trying to do like layers is really good, because like people just have a look at it and just think that looks like too hard. But I haven't done it in a way where it looks too over the top, where people think it's, it must have like, you must be rich or something. I've done it in a way where it's just like natural as like possible. But as soon as they get into my back garden, like if they did, then yeah, I've got like lights and cameras as well. But yeah, if you do like a layering system, I've got like a house alarm as well, so they've got to get. But I've also got a certain room, like in my house, it's got a lock. So if there's like a load of people that come in, I could go into that room and lock that door. So it just
Like
I won't have to use it. Yeah, but it's just like really like a basic one. It's got like locks inside, so it just gives me the option. Like if it did happen, which it won't happen, but it's just there,
Yeah, it's delaying tactics with stuff like that. I mean, like I say, if they're getting through all that levels of defense anyway, then they're determined, right? So you are going to have to use force at the end of the day. If you've got the layered defenses like he's on about, I would strongly recommend you have an action plan at each layer. They've got past 1. This is what I'm doing. They've got past 2. This is what I'm doing.
I mean, to get to the first one, there's cameras, so I know like straight away. And if they get to the second bit, there's no way they're going to get to the third bit without like a lot of hard work. And it gives me plenty of time because it's pretty hard to get past the third one anyway. And I've got like cameras, but I've also got like a panic alarm, like on my home alarm. It's like the Verisure alarm. So you got like the SOS thing. So imagine if you come in from work at night and you come through your front door and someone's like hiding around the corner and they run at you, you can quite easily just press the SOS and they'll just send for the police like straight away. So it's a good like a feature to have, like,
Good to see you.
Yeah, it's kind of like doing a bit of a risk assessment. You should always do a risk assessment of where you live anyway, and then always increase or decrease the risk assessment and what you're doing, your levels of security based on what's going on. If I had a bit of intelligence that a riot was about to take place in my street, I might consider doing things like boarding up my windows or something like that, but that's not something I would ordinarily do.
Good to see you, Howie.
I mean, it's the same with like trying to tell like family members and stuff to think have a little bit more security orientated as well. Funnily enough, today actually, my partner with like my son was getting his room redecorated. So he's got an Alexa in his room and stuff, and he's into this demon hunter thing or something, whatever the hell that is. It's like K-pop demon hunter or something it's called. In any case, it makes a horrible noise. They sing and dance and stuff. So he's in his room with my partner, they're decorating the room and they've got this thing on full blast. I just walked into the house after work. I got home a little bit early, came in, I put the air fryer on, I put chicken wings in, I turned the TV on. Chicken wings took 40 minutes. I took the dog out. I went round. There's a cemetery where I live. I walked around the cemetery. I came back, came in with the dog. Chicken wings were finished. Just at that point, she came walking down the stairs and says, "Oh, you're back." I was like, "Well, I was back well over an hour ago and I've cooked chicken wings and took the dog a walk and you didn't even notice, that I was in the house, doing all those things."
Good awareness.
That's totally oblivious, Both of them upstairs dancing to some crazy K-pop thing or whatever it is.
Yeah,
That's how half the world will go out when it happens, dancing to crazy songs and not realizing it's all happening around them.
Yeah, not realizing somebody's downstairs cooking chicken wings and stealing your dog.
I live in an apartment and I live on the top floor, so I have at least an advantage. First of all, my apartment door is burglar proof and fireproof. It will take them basically forever to break in, but I have another advantage. If I go outside my door and down the stairs, it's a spiral, okay? So I have high ground. So if attackers come down from downstairs and going up, and I move down, I have the advantage because I have higher ground, so it's hard to, push up when you're going down, because you have the advantage because you have higher ground, and that is the advantage.
You have the it's kind of a give and take, isn't it, with something like that? Because you have a tactical advantage of obviously a high position when it comes to violence, attacking, anything like that.
Terrible.
You also have the exactly. You also have the not so advantage that you've got to have much more robust plans when it comes to evacuation, fire, anything like that.
Yeah, because I have only one way down.
Do you have an an emergency ladder out the window or anything like that?
I have a balcony, but and that is at least 10, 15 meters down to the ground. So that's quite high.
Practice your base jumping skill.
Get a parachute.
Yeah, what? Rappel down from the balcony.
Well, give yourself options. You could have rappelling rope and a parachute and a glider.
I would if I lived in that position, I would genuinely have the rope to abseil down. I would have that. You can, even if you're not doing it by hand, you can get like a mechanical one to slowly release you down at a time.
You can make a flying fox even.
Yeah. So I mean, you could probably go on an abseiling course for quite cheap these days, just to do a one-time course to see it. But that would be a prep I would definitely have if I was in an apartment.
My best tip is to get the film Home Alone. So when I was a kid, when he sets up all the traps and everything. So when I was a kid, we went away on like holiday. Sorry, my dog's charging around, and I booby trapped my room. Like they couldn't get through the door, etc. So my mum's friend, come to check on the house. And when we come back, she said I couldn't get into Phil's room. He had like booby trapped it and everything. But yeah, and as a kid, I was always trying to think of how to stop people, and I'm a bit like that today. Like I've got filming on the windows.
But let's just hope the people trying to break in is as stupid as them two criminals on Home Alone. If that's your tactic.
But like on the front door, I've got like filming on the front and like so it's on the outside and the inside. It's just trying to you're not really going to stop people properly, but you can just try to slow them down. And that's what you've got to do. You first of all have got to get into the head that this is going to be a hard target, or you just got to slow them down so you've got more and more time to be able to react and stuff
What about what Bruce Lee says, the art of fighting without fighting? How about in some situations we become like tigers and say, hey, There's humans over there. Let's go the other way.
Well, that's true in a sense, because I do like taekwondo, and you don't want to fight people, and you always put your hands up and you try to back off, kind of thing. So you're trying to make that person question whether they're going to like attack you or not. Like, you're trying to calm the situation down, and you want to do that with like home I can't say now. Defense as well. You want to put it into the head. This is just no point trying to like burgle the place or something, like.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, a lot of burglars. It's not an easy word for Scottish people to say, by the way.
Burglars.
Yeah,
Burglars.
I think a lot of the professional sort of people who break into houses, they're
Please
not
say-
interested.
Please say
Al.
purple. Please say
It's
purple
also-
burglar
it's also
alarm.
hard
No.
for other people that are not Scottish to say burglars.
Please say purple burglar alarm. Alan.
It's a myth, Mike. People in
Go on.
Scotland can easily say purple burglar alarm.
You see? We're the ones who struggle with burglar. What about films?
Yeah.
I'm watching a film.
In any case,
Sorry, Al. Sorry.
these people, I don't think these people are generally not interested in getting in fights with people in houses. They've probably, they're there to steal stuff. That's what they're at. They're probably junkies or
opportunists.
something. They're opportunists, and chances are they've broke into your house because they thought you weren't there. So the second they realise somebody is there, they're gonna do one. So having things like motion lights, or even just making noise, and maybe even shouting and screaming, kind of doing the Bob thing, acting crazy at the top of the landing, might just be enough for them to sort of, run away, because they don't, unless they've, staked out your house for a couple of days, they don't really know who's up there or what you're doing. And most people would probably be aware that if they broke into somebody's house, that there's a good chance that they're going to be fended off by any means necessary. So they don't want to do themselves any injury as well. So I think non-lethal tools or weapons. I mean, we're concentrating on the UK because we've got bad laws, but there are the US, for example. Just because you have the means, the legal means to have something that will kill somebody, doesn't mean you should have all the time. Yeah. And I listened to Ben Shapiro's podcast, and one of the things that he plugs is some sort of non-lethal firearm, where I think I don't know if it's a beanbag or just a really powerful plastic ball.
It's probably the beanbag rounds. You can get rubber balls, which are like 50 mil rubber balls.
Apparently it's bloody sore. Like, seriously.
It'll crack a rib. It'll crack a rib.
So it's a serious tool, but it won't kill the person. Probably not. And so even if you live in Florida, where you're allowed to machine gun somebody if they come onto your front lawn, you're still ending somebody's life for stealing a car or something ridiculous. So that might be a good tool to have.
You mean semi-automatic or full-on automatic?
I don't know. I'm just being sort of. It doesn't. I mean, if you get shot with a semi-automatic and a fully automatic, I don't think it matters. To be honest,
I was just kind of thinking of someone just letting off a whole 30 meg.
Yeah,
that's not excessive force.
Though, like securing your house and everything. Like, I've done this once where my house and the outdoors bit is really secure, and once I had to get in through the back without a key, and I absolutely struggled. So you got to think about it like an event of like a fire and stuff. So your place could be super secure, but you also need a backup plan. So I've now got an extended ladder in case I have to go out the bedroom side. I've also got a spare key hidden in the front and the back. So you've got to think about the fire hazards and
you put
stuff
one of those
as well.
pilot seats in your flat, Shadow. Like one of those pilot seats. If you've got eject, you just pull a button and eject.
Oh yeah, you mean the kind they have in the airplane, jet fighters.
Yeah, one of those eject button seats.
That would be a cool exit plan.
Wouldn't it? Just getting my ejection seats and what's that in the air? What's that? And then the news in Sweden. 500
Dear
feet
love.
above the block of flats, Shadow and his wife and his cat were spotted going 500 miles an hour.
Dear love, I don't think it'll quite work for you though, because you're in like a downstairs flat. So if you done it, you'll be getting a proper hard like headache, like, you know.
I'd hit my head on the wall, on the ceiling, yeah, on 10 stories above me. How do you know I was on the basement?
Because you said to us in a stream.
Wow, you've got a good memory. You sure you're not CIA in a childlike voice?
Got his notepad.
Rose-colored glasses with Lord and Lady Logan. She has a good point here. Use timers in your home when you're away, so it looks like there is activity with lights going on and off, music playing, etc. And don't announce to social media that you're away on vacation.
Till after
That
you
is
come
a
back.
good point.
Yeah. I'm in a restaurant
You know what?
in another country.
You know what? I've seen on Facebook, a lot of friends I have on Facebook, they announce, now I'm on vacation in
Yeah.
in
Not in my house,
Brunei,
in
or
another country.
yeah, and they have that little marker that says exactly where they are,
Yeah.
and they will be gone for let's say 2 weeks. And these are some of my Swedish friends who doing that. And man, don't do that. Don't do that, please.
So
The problem.
I'd just
Sorry,
like to say with the lights thing, it's a great idea. If everybody stopped leaving the bloody lights on all the time anyway. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I've got an idea. Mike, I've got this idea, Mike. If you develop this idea, Mike, and you become a multi-millionaire, don't forget me, right?
Okay.
This idea is you've got an inner projector in your house. So what happens is, if there's any people that come onto your property, this projector comes on, and what it does is it projects a shadow of a dog running across the property, and it sets off a dog bark. So if someone can develop some kind of system where they could make people believe there's a dog in the house, but there's not a dog in the house.
There is a device for that, but like on my property, I don't even put a sign that I've got a dog. There's like loads of like reasons why. So I don't want them to figure out where the sensors are in the house. I don't want them to know that I've got a dog, so they can try to poison the dog before they burgle the place and stuff like that. So I want
but you wouldn't have to worry about that with this system because there is no dog, and the dog will be around.
Yeah, true. Sorry. But like I just try to make it as difficult as possible, where they're just like surprised to see a dog like face to face. But
you can train a dog to not take food. You can actually train a dog to not take food as well. For anybody out there that wants to know,
with lights and that, like especially at night, always, because I've got blinds and like curtains, so I'm always trying to think of a backdrop, because like obviously at night time, if you've got a light on, people can see straight through, can't they, into your house and that. So you got to be aware of that as well.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. I think a dog sign's generally a good thing. I think having beware of dog. You know, I had one of those in my shed. My dog's a 17-year-old Jack Russell, so he's not going to do much. But you know,
Jack Russells are awesome. There used to be a Jack Russell in school, and believe me, that used to chase me away when I was young.
I don't have a sign for a dog, and I don't have a dog, unfortunately. I do have a lovely St Andrew's little flag, and underneath says "Beware of the Scottish wife."
You'll definitely be all right then.
Okay. Sophia has a question here. Is a monkey ball keychain a good idea?
I think Bob's waiting.
Okay.
Sorry.
Hi, Bob.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hi, Bob.
Good evening, sir.
Beware of the Scottish wife. I like that.
Oh, man, yeah.
And Sophia has a question, actually. Is a monkey ball keychain a good idea? I have a very small dog, but his lead is heavier than him. Well, I have one. This is a monkey fist ball keychain. And you know what? This is a 1-inch steel ball in this one. So 98.5 grams. So if you swing this will hurt, definitely.
Yeah, in other words, for people in the UK, it's a great way to know if you've dropped your keys because it's a bit of a weight on it. That's the only purpose for it.
Yeah, yeah. Because once I'm not very good with my keys. I lost my keys a few times, so now I carry a big bundle.
Anyone
on my
remember the
keychain.
old hotel keys that came with a piece of wood like this big on? I wonder if I'd get away with carrying one of them. Just write Premier Inn on it. It's fine.
I agree.
Signed by Lenny Henry. No,
Yeah.
I don't want to say that.
I see. There's a few people talking about martial arts and things as self-defense.
Yeah.
I'm no great expert in martial arts. I do some Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and I'm the lowest belt you can be, so I'm no expert. But I would say be very careful about what kind of martial art you're learning, because 99% of the, especially women's self-defense classes that you see, are complete nonsense.
Yeah.
They're complete
Yeah,
nonsense.
Alan,
Trust me.
you know that you do I can't say it now, jiu-jitsu. Like,
Yeah.
I know it's a really good thing to learn, because especially if you have to grapple and stuff like that. But I've gone like the other way with with taekwondo, because like I try to keep my distance. So I use my legs, because I'm quite tall, to try to use my legs to keep a distance. I can do a few things with like protect myself with knives and stuff like that. So like I'm trying to keep as far away as possible, but judge the distance. So like I can attack them.
I'll tell you what.
I love
You want to learn
I love your way
breakdancing?
though. I struggle with talking, Mike. So yeah, breakdancing.
No, I'm
It'd be
just
awful.
thinking with the legs, you could if you could spin on your head,
Oh
you're
right.
unstoppable.
Oh right. Yeah.
I'll tell you.
But I do
moon dance
agree
and
with like
slip away nicely with a moon dance.
I do agree with Alan though, because there are some courses out there just for like women, and some of the courses aren't great. Because you're trying to think that the actual males are like bigger and like heavier, and some instructors are really, really clever, and they teach it well, but I've seen some classes where they just wouldn't stand a chance.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you this for nothing, right? It doesn't matter. Pick any self-defense art that you want, but any of them that are telling you that if you learn this technique, you can disarm somebody with a knife or a gun or something like that, stay the
Don't
hell
do
away
it.
from that. It's nonsense.
Don't do it.
There's
Don't
no
do it.
martial art in the world
I mean,
that can fend off
if you
somebody with a
teach-
knife or a gun.
But Alan, I
If you
saw the
teach you-
TikTok video where he went and
Yeah.
took the gun off him.
Yeah, I've
Surely
seen
that's
that,
got to
I've
be.
seen that
And then he woke up in
Yeah,
his
like
cornflakes.
yeah, like I've seen that as well. But like I tried to use my legs to try to kick that out of the hand, and then try to but like people that use their arms and their hands, you got like you got your oh I can't think of the word now, but yeah, like if they hit the wrong part of your body and you bleed out,
Pressure
then
point.
I tell you what, right?
yeah,
See, because I think it's important. This, right? See, I mean, if somebody's stabbing you with a knife, you're being attacked by a knife. Do everything possible to try and fend that off. And that's why most people get damage to their arms, because that's where the blade is hitting. But you need to just try and get out of there. If you see somebody with a knife and you think you're going to be able to do some sort of kick to disarm them, don't do that. Right? I can hold a knife tighter than anybody can kick it out of my hand. Trust me. Right? It doesn't matter what martial art you think you're doing. You're not going to be able to get that
I'd
knife
love you
off
to
me.
meet my instructor. The power that they have. Like, if you do it properly, if you do the technique right, you can do it. But
Why take the risk? Why take the risk?
I do, yeah.
Run.
But that's what I'm trying.
Run.
Yeah, but that's what I'm
Just
trying
run.
to say. I do. If you got the option to run, then do it. But if you're stuck in the corner, then you're just gonna have to fight.
Well, that's-
And when you're cornered, you honestly you can learn every martial art under the sun. Unless you've been doing it your entire life, it's not second instinct. When you're in a corner, just go wild. All right, I'm talking poke eyes, kick crotches, bite, swing, throw,
Yep.
do anything you can to get out of the corner, then run.
See, the thing as
Yeah.
well is
There's no special technique. It's do or die.
Survive.
all of us
Survive. Yeah.
all of us are kind of an age where we grew up watching the Karate Kid and Bruce Lee movies, and we believed that kind of stuff. Okay,
I don't think Daniel LaRusso could punch his way out of a paper bag.
if you still believe that you can be some sort of Bruce Lee where you're doing spin kicks and knocking knives out of people's hands, I strongly advise you to spend just one afternoon watching an MMA fight. Just one afternoon.
Yeah,
Right?
Yeah, but,
Not a single
yeah, but
one
what
of
I'm
those
trying to
things
say-
work.
No. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, is like I've been doing it for between 8 and 10 years, and my instructor is really, really good. But like I use like distance. So when I have to fight with a knife, if I have to fight, I'll use my legs because I can keep the distance. I could try to disarm them in some way, and it does actually work. Or were you trying to just take that guy like off balance or go for like a head kick? It does actually work. But to use your hands and your arms and stuff, it's a really, really bad like move because you're trying to use your hands to defend against a blade. It's a proper bad idea. Really, really bad idea.
When I took our niece, my wife taught me our niece. She's a black belt, and I asked her the same question: "What happens if this and that?" She said, "For God's sake, somebody pulls a knife, run, get out of there. You're not gonna win." And well, what if I'm backed into a corner? And she said, "The only chance you've got is if you can find something longer and start fighting back. But other than that, you're gonna bleed. You're gonna bleed. Even a 10-year-old child with a sharp knife, you're in trouble." I mean, that's fact, But there was a fella here. He tried that Bruce Lee shit. He was worked at a marijuana dispensary, and they got robbed. So this employee met them at the door, and the robber had a .22 pistol, and he thought he'd be doing Bruce Lee and disarm. The guy, the news service interviewed him in a hospital bed. He got shot like 6 or 7 times in the abdomen with a .22 pistol, and he goes, "No matter how fast you think you are, you're not that fast. Don't ever do this."
Can I show you these gloves? These gloves. If there's any people, first of all, if you're in a situation and you see a madman with a knife, and you're saying, "No, I'm vulnerable. Get away from the situation." If you're in a dire situation. But I just wanted to show you guys. These are like splash-proof gloves.
Yeah.
If you do have sort of an everyday carry and you're going into an area that you might think there might be a situation. Okay, I mean, a lot of times people put up their hands for self-defense. You can get sleeves for your arms.
I've just put a link to the gloves for people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's also gloves that have got protection on them, padding and stuff like that you can actually put over the top of these gloves that will give them an extra protection, for breaking any bones and stuff like that. So, as a precaution, you can carry these kind of steel type. You've got chef's gloves as well.
The reason I was showing that, by the way, it's not to show off in any way. I did the white collar MMA. I went into the octagon, I fought and stuff like that. I'd done boxing for years before. I'd done kickboxing for a while before. Neither of them trained me for that experience. When no holds are barred, it's a different experience.
Yeah.
What I will say to people, if you are training a martial art, try and get at least one competitive fight, right? Because for one reason, you need to be punched in the face, right? Because once you're punched in the face and you realise you're not made of glass, you'll have much more confidence when it comes to the real thing.
Yeah.
I would, especially if you're a woman, I would, and you're just looking to get fit, something like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or an MMA class. You can do MMA classes and never actually fight in an octagon. You can just go through the classes. The great thing about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is you're not going to get punched in the face. It's a grappling martial art, so you're on the ground a lot. But you can do contact elements to it as well. You can mix kickboxing or taekwondo and judo and things like that, and wrestling. You can add those things to it. So it is a good way of getting fit, but also gives you a level of self-defense as well. And all MMA fighters, by the way, are expert at Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, all of them, because that's usually where the submission happens. Almost none of them, by the way, are Krav Maga or Aikido or any of the other things that you've seen on TV.
The majority come from a kickboxing background and a boxing background, and they will learn things like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu for the grapple.
Wrestling's really good. I mean proper wrestling, not the
Oh yeah, we've
stuff.
got an Olympic wrestling place.
Real wrestling,
over the road
fantastic, fantastic for
Did
self-defense.
you guys see that Piera demolition the other day?
What's that? No,
Heavyweight champion Piera retaking his title.
I didn't. I've not seen
in
anything.
about a minute and a half.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, years ago when my wife was training me on stick and knife, I asked her what is the best for real fighting. She said Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, because it's grappling on the ground and standing up, arm bars, arm locks, and they combine striking with wrestling moves. She said it's the most effective that she took. Far better than anything else. But
yeah, if you add judo to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, that allows you to go from a stand position, and you learn throws, and to get people down to the ground. I tell you what, a person with just basic knowledge, so like a blue belt, which is just the second belt up in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, a blue belt against somebody who doesn't know any Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu will 100% of the time win a fight, unless the other person gets a lucky punch in or something. Just because there's some very particular techniques you can learn. The problem is of course it's all on the ground, and it's if there's more than one opponent, you're going to have some trouble. But then it just comes down to a case of, well, you can't win every fight. I mean, that's just how it works, but it's better than nothing.
I think it's better. Those female self-defense classes are just to advertise the school.
They're nonsense.
They are. That's what my wife and my daughter said also. It's better to go ahead and join a gym and take some proper lessons.
Whenever you see a video of a woman, a tiny little woman, and a man comes around and grabs her, and then she does some sort of slow motion technique where she somehow grabs his wrist and throws him down, and all this nonsense. It's complete bollocks, trust me. That will get you killed. That will get you killed. The beauty of something like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is it's a leverage. You use the leverage of the other person against them. So if you're a small person or an old person or a woman, it's a great sport to learn. And it won't do you any brain damage because you're not getting punched in the face. And every single class, by the way, you fight. Every single class. They call it rolling. You're not really fighting. You're not punching each other, but you're rolling on the ground to submission. And you could kill somebody by choking them out or breaking their arm easily, but you get taught how to not do that, of course.
I'm gonna start a video series of how TikTok survival tips will kill you.
Yeah. Well, I practice martial arts myself, and I practice jiu-jitsu, not the Brazilian ones.
The Japanese one.
The Japanese one, yeah. And why? Because it's a versatile style. Because you have punches, you have kicks, you have
grappling,
throws, grappling, and
weapons as well. Japanese jiu-jitsu also use sticks and blades and things. They're very good with sticks and stuff.
We learn to defend against guns, knives, sticks. So there are different types of blocks you use. So
I've just found a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and martial arts training academy not far from me.
A lot of them, there's a lot of very good ones.
Book a free trial.
See if you look up something called Gracie's Jiu-Jitsu. That's quite a common one, and it will generally cost you about £40 to £50 a month, and that's usually for 3 or 4 lessons a week. So basically, the price of a gym membership, you can go to a Gracie's Jiu-Jitsu gym, and you can learn some fantastic self-defense in there, proper self-defense. And there's a reason that every MMA guy in the world is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu martial artist as well as the other things, because it's the most effective martial art. Well, that one of the without going into the history of it, all of those martial arts that we all grew up watching back in the UFC days, they all fought against each other, and eventually it got down to a point where they realized actually only 2 or 3 of these things really work, and those 2 or 3 things in a ring are Brazilian jiu-jitsu, boxing, wrestling, kickboxing, some taekwondo.
£100 a month at this one.
Very expensive, that. My one costs £40 a month, and it's fantastic.
Unlimited access to adult classes, but
Yeah, you can get them cheaper, but you're in a big city, I think, Mike, so there'll be other ones around.
Yeah, there's plenty around. So, it's I want to put a little thing out there to people who are going to probably roll their eyes, but bodybuilding has its place in self-defense, in the fact of avoidance. If you're in shape, if you look like a threat, you're less likely to be targeted as one. So I'm just going to say that does have its place, and nobody is going after the giant meathead with huge shoulders over somebody else. So bodybuilding has its place as well in defense. I just want to throw that out there. Maybe for debate, whatever you guys think.
Yeah, I think strength training is definitely a good thing.
But the
just
look,
period.
Bodybuilding is aesthetics, right?
I suppose,
strength?
yeah, I mean, if you see a really big bodybuilder in the bar, I mean, he's going to be the last person you want to fight. But again, if you watch a lot of MMA type stuff, there's not a lot of bodybuilders in the ring, and there's reasons for that. But I think, anything that develops your body to that extent means that you're spending a lot of time looking after yourself and getting your strength going. And that can only be a good thing. How good they are at fighting, I don't think they're probably, unless they take some sort of classes. You were just going by sheer strength.
There's one element that a lot of people forget about. My wife learned it overseas, and we taught all of our kids is gymnastics. Incorporate gymnastics, because if you get hit and you hit the ground, the gymnastics will teach you how to roll out of it, get back on your feet. Gymnastics is very important. It also enhances your flexibility and your strength.
Funnily enough, wrestling taught me that, and I don't mean Olympic wrestling. I mean the Hollywood, the entertainment, sports entertainment wrestling taught me that, how to fall properly, how to avoid injuries. It was really good for that. It genuinely was. And I can go down hard, flat on my back, and get up without being winded, down to stuff like that. So yeah, it's cool.
I'll show you guys something that I carry in my jacket pocket every day. I made this myself. It's a dog leash with the dog leash clasp still on it. I tied it all together. That's a striking weapon.
Yeah.
It's a fake key fob. It's a blank, and these are solid brass keys with stainless steel key rings. That's a striking weapon. I carry that in my jacket pocket. And when I'm going across, the most dangerous place here in the States is a parking lot, because you don't know who's hiding behind a car. But frequently, I'll put this in my hand and go from my car to the supermarket, and that way I've got something in my hand. And who is Jimmy the junkie? Is he going to select me, who's got something in his hand right now, or someone who's surfing their phone? He's going to go after the idiot surfing his phone, But
yeah,
and there you go, Mike.
Is another problem.
So I must admit, am I still muted? No. I must admit, it's probably the best thing I ever did get off Temu, because the clasp is really strong, and I came with 2 of them.
Yep.
So the missus has one of the keys as well, and she calls mine the mace, but I never throw a key away, and you can see why.
Yep.
It is. There's also some emergency jewelry on there, just in case I emergency need a piece of jewelry to wear for fashion purposes only.
I love it.
But yeah, that's my car keys. If I drop my keys, I know I've dropped my keys.
Having a big pile of keys is a good self defense tool. It reminds me, though, again, talking about these sort of spurious women's self-defense classes. How many times have you ever seen the whole put keys between your fingers so you kind of look like what do you call it? You know, the Wolverine. Do not do that.
This
Don't do
rubbish.
that.
Yeah,
this
that
rubbish.
that will do you more damage. That will do
Uh-huh.
you more damage than the person you're hitting. So
Yeah, put it on a lanyard.
Yeah. Use
Just like
it like
Mike
a striking
and I have
weapon.
got it. But these are fake keys. They fit nothing, so that if it's taken away from me or I don't lose anything, you know, because if this key fob breaks, no big deal. It doesn't even go to my car at all. It means nothing. So that's one thing. That's the reason why I ordered all these different items and assembled it. So if it breaks or it gets taken away from me or I got to throw it, whatever, no loss to me. You know.
I like that. I like the idea. I mean, mine is just my keys, but if they go, then there's lots of access I lose. So I like the idea of putting one together that's not actually my keys.
Yeah, I've got a whole box of blank keys from Amazon, and they're brass, so they're heavy. You know,
Nice. That's a really good idea, Bob.
Yeah, you can. Well, it's like these are stainless steel key rings. You can get all these on Amazon for cheap.
Yeah.
But I'll see if I can find them. Just to give an example of be creative and make your own. Yeah.
Yeah, I do like
just
that
give
idea.
me a moment.
That's really good.
There's a YouTube channel called The Gracie Breakdown, which is run by a couple of the Gracie brothers, and they have an excellent women's self-defense element to that as well. One of their wives, she's very high in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and she focuses specifically on women's self-defense, and it shows you the realities of what happens when a fully grown man, for example, tries to pin a woman to the ground, because all this nonsense about twisting these up, poking them in the eye or hitting them in the balls. Yeah, in the real world, a fully grown angry man isn't going to care about that kind of stuff, and there are things you can do to sort of defend yourself. So that's a good YouTube channel to watch. It goes through all the techniques, and those guys are world experts in it. Masters at it. Their family practically invented it.
Nice. Oh, this is what happens. Bob comes on, and I end up adding things to my Amazon
You've
list.
got your Amazon list already open.
Every time, Bob. Every time. You cost me money, honestly.
Well,
you're ruined, Mike.
I'm flattered because the experiences that I've shared, people are picking up on it. I love that. That's what it's all about. But here's a whole box of keys that you can get on Amazon, and they're blanks, and they're brass, so they're heavy,
Nice.
Yeah. It was like $30 for all these blank brass keys. And yeah, they will. I think if you got struck across the forehead with something like a keychain, a fake keychain, whack right across the forehead or on the back of the hand, that's going to.
The only problem I've got with that is I'm one of those that would drive me nuts, because I'm one of those minimalist type people. I've got two keys I've got my car key, my front door key, my back door key.
That's drive you insane.
I'm already getting, that's giving me,
that looks like
making me actually
cringe. Yeah.
Here's my wallet. This annoys me.
When you said
this
that,
is my whole
when you
wallet.
said I'm a minimalist, I was having a little vision there. A little funny joke came into my mind where you pulled out an elastic band, walked to the person, and just went in their forehead.
This drives the missus mental, because if like we're coming in with shopping, she's like, I'll give her my keys and say, yeah, open the door, and she's like this.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah,
I know. See, I know if I grab my everlasting match, my house key is attached. I know exactly where it is. So, so does everyone else now. Best change.
For an outsider, it would take basically forever to find the right key on their keychain.
Yeah. Yeah, just blame me, Mike. If your wife starts yelling about spending too much, just it's Bob's fault. That freaking American guy, he made me do it, huh?
I'm gonna blame you, Bob, next time she goes to open the door, and this is not only this, but it's also got 26 other brass keys on it.
Yeah, and Mrs. UK Urban Prepper says, "Fire Bob."
Fire! Thank you. I've been
You're
fired.
fired. You're fired.
I'm fired.
I think people used to carry knuckle dusters, didn't they? But those are actually illegal in the UK as well. I don't know what they are if they're illegal in Sweden, but knuckle dusters are illegal in the UK.
It's jewelry, Alan. It's
Knuckle
jewelry.
dusters is illegal here.
Yeah, same
If
as
you
the
get
States. You don't
caught
wanna get
with
caught.
a knuckle duster here,
It's a fashion accessory.
straight
Are
to
knuckle-
jail.
Are knuckle dusters illegal, Bob, in the US?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah. It depends upon the state. You know, I know in Washington State where I live, you better not get caught with one of those. You know, you can keep it in your house, but don't go walking around town with a knuckle duster on your hand. You're going to get pulled over. You know.
But double rings, fashion rings, which is genuinely what that's sold as, are legal. Just throwing that out there. That is legal. That's you never know when emergency I might need a fashion change, right?
Yeah, I just now put another key on this. You know, I might as well stack them up even more. You know, I might as well.
I've got a question for you, Bob, seeing as we're on this topic. Non-lethal weaponry. So I'm thinking things like tasers, or like we were talking earlier, that in every state in the US, it's legal to have it's a non-lethal gun. It shoots some sort of beanbag, I believe.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on that? Is it a good idea? Because I'm thinking the UK firearms police, for example, right? They will have a lethal firearm, but they will also have a taser, and they will have pepper spray. And the idea being that, you know, there's a maniac with a knife. They use the pepper spray, then the taser, and if that stuff doesn't work, then they move to the lethal stuff. Do you think that's a good idea? Or is that worth, or would you just go straight to the no, you know, you're one and done sort of?
I think those less lethal, like those, they call them launchers. They look like a pistol, but they shoot out a beanbag like thing. If you want to learn about those, there's a weird guy. He's on my show once in a while. His name is Slingshot Warrior. He is the expert at those less lethal launchers because he's been listed as a person of mental incapacitation, so he goes for those. That's the guy to learn from. You know, for me, I think is anything that will help you. Anything is a good idea. You know, as long as you've got it. Yeah, Slingshot Warrior. I'll see if I can find his channel. That's the guy you want to talk to about this less lethal stuff.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, the people who have got like felonies and things, they can't have firearms in the States.
Correct.
So they would move to some, you know, the next best thing, I would imagine. Which I'm assuming would be like, is a taser a firearm in the US? Is that considered a firearm?
No, it's
what
not.
About even the ones that shoot? You know.
I don't know much about them because I've never really looked into it. It's really hard to answer that because each state is different. Okay, I'm gonna put a link to Slingshot's channel up here in the side chat. This is the guy you want to talk to about less lethal. He owns a lot of this less lethal stuff. Because that's the most I can really answer is just give you a good referral. But what I carry less lethal, I have one of these on my desk at all times and one of these in each one of our cars. I know that you guys in Europe are very limited on this pepper spray and pepper gel, but here's another option. Here's another option for you guys in Europe. I have this on my desk right now. It's an air horn. You know, example is if you see someone breaking into your car or trying to get into your house, you can hit an air horn and let them know, hey, dude, I'm home. You know, this might shock them enough to get them to stop what they're doing and leave or whatever. I've never used this, but I keep it handy, you know.
I'm actually I'm just looking at the thing I was talking about earlier that Ben Shapiro sometimes plugs. It's an American thing. The company's called Byrana, Byrna, and it says here on their description, it looks like a gun. It looks like a red gun, but it shoots these balls. It also says legal in all 50 states, no permit or background checks, up to 300 average FPS or 200 miles an hour, 50-foot effective range. And it looks like a piece of, it looks like a serious tool. If I was living in the US and I had access to, a proper firearm, I think I would still consider having something like that, purely because I don't want to kill somebody.
Right.
Especially if all they're doing is try to steal my TV. Yeah,
I agree.
If they're breaking into my car, for example, I would probably resort to using something like that if I had that. But if they were in my house, that's a different story. Then they're getting everything that comes to them. But if they're breaking into my shed, I would feel better maybe using something like that.
What I've also got this less lethal. I've got one on the second floor and one on the first floor. They're a really big solar rechargeable spotlight. I got that tip from a guy at a backyard barbecue. He lives in a crack area, and it's bright enough to when a crackhead comes on his property, he shines it through the window. He doesn't go outside. Shines it through the window on their face when they're coming onto his property. And he said every single crackhead turned around and left because they realized that they've been discovered. That's another thing that's a very good less lethal. It avoids a problem. He doesn't have to shoot the guy or beat him or anything.
Yeah, flashlights. We talked about that earlier. Lasers as well. You can get some pretty powerful lasers that are, you can use them as a type of deterrent, I suppose, if somebody was prowling in your garden or whatever.
What you can get in the States, which you can't get here, he says hesitatingly, you can buy an Umarex TR50, something like that. That's the one I've been looking at, and it's a paintball revolver, right? They're restricted with a little cap to turn the power down. So whatever you do, don't take the gas cylinder out and remove that cap and put the gas cylinder back in, because then it'll be really powerful. But that fires solid rubber balls. And also in the States, you can get pepper balls for that. You can't get them over here. They are illegal over here, but you can get pepper balls for that as well. So a shot of that anywhere near the face is like a mace from a distance.
Can I
buy the Umarex guns here too. And you can buy the pepper balls here in Sweden for those guns, Umarex guns.
Yeah, you can't get the pepper balls here though, but the rubber balls themselves. There's a guy called the Painted Prepper on YouTube. I think that's his name. He's a guy from the Northeast, and all he does is review and test air guns. He had his mate shoot himself with one of these paintball shotguns that fired this thing. The bruise and the pain from that he shows you and shows you in a follow-up video, that will stop somebody. That will stop somebody.
Do go to that channel I posted in the side chat. He has a lot of information, and he tests and shoots it against sheets of cardboard, sheets of plywood, etc. He's what's called Asperger's. He's but he's got a lot of good information. But the scariest weapon that guy's got, he's a slingshot. He went to a national competition with slingshots, and his strapping goes all the way back behind his head. That guy can launch a steel ball right through a steel can, a food can, just whack. And I mean, he'll hit them every time at a distance. That's the most lethal weapon he's got, man. If you hit it,
I've just loaded his site, and the first video I've seen is him showing that Umarex pistol.
He does testing on them. So
I'm gonna subscribe. There you go.
That it just shows you that, how everybody out there who contributes has got value. He's got Asperger's, but he's got value, you know.
I'll be 2 minutes, guys. I'm going to dad duties and put the kids to bed, but I'll be back on. I'll just go mute.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
no problem.
I just wanted to add on there for anybody listening that if you do use any kind of stuff like this, remember to have safety equipment as well. How many times have we heard things like, wow, you missed, you got me in the eyes as well. You see, I've seen a few videos where actually, you know, police officers shoot other police officers with the spray in the face by accident.
Yeah.
So just remember when using this stuff as well to have safety goggles, if you know, just in case.
Well, that's I'll add to that. That's why I use in all of our cars and in our house is this gel. It's not a spray. It's like shaving cream that flies 10 feet with a red dye in it, and it just splatter, you know. So that's what the bear spray is, an aerosol. The gel is like almost like a solid. Is you know. I learned about this by watching the riots in Portland back in 2020. It was about a 260-pound black guy who runs up to the police. I'm right here. I'm right here. You know, he's ready to fight, and the Portland cop brings up one of these and blast. Stop.
He didn't say much after that one.
He just went, and a cop runs up behind him and grabs his dreadlocks, throws him on the ground and hooks him up, you know. I'm right here. I'm right here. Bam.
I seen a couple of videos in the US where people at petrol stations or gas stations, that while they were fueling up, they had their hand either on a gun or something like that, a spray, because that was a common place where I think carjackings or robberies take place, you know, while you're fueling up the car.
It seems to be going crazy over there in the States. You've got Portland, you've got Chicago, you've got people attacking ICE. I mean, it's just like, it just seems to be crazy sometimes, some of the stuff going on. All these, I mean, there's crazy stuff going on over here as well. Crazy stuff going on everywhere. I mean,
everywhere.
Only a little while back, you had Nepal where they literally burned down the government sort of offices, and they were chasing politicians through rivers, catching them, beating them up. Sadly, even like the Prime Minister's wife was killed. I mean, some shocking stuff going on out there, and we've got to realise if this stuff is available, we're talking about, you know, self-defense. If we're thinking about getting this kind of stuff, there's going to be a lot of criminal type people that are going to get this stuff as well. So that's why I mentioned PPE. You know, and if you have to get in a situation where it's your last resort and you're trapped in the corner. I think, was it Michael who said earlier, you know, I mean, you know, then think you're a cat. Imagine you're a cat. I'm a wild cat.
Yeah, but I mean, I kind of see what you're saying with that. I mean, if you're a criminal, let's say, okay, we know you're not allowed to carry around a knife in the UK, but if you're a criminal, you don't care, you're carrying a knife.
They don't care.
Yeah, so if you're looking to defend yourself against that, the answer to that isn't to illegally carry a knife and then get into some sort of knife fight. I would be thinking along the lines of a stab-proof vest, you know, or the gloves that you were showing us. Yeah, you know that you know, that are slash proof.
Yeah, because if you've managed to run away, then you
jacket,
can quickly
maybe
flip it on the jacket, like you're just saying now. Sorry to jump in.
No, yeah. I mean, I'm just kind of going off the back of what you're saying, really, with the idea of PPE protecting yourself against those kind of attacks. You know, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and if you could sort of if you got it in a backpack or whatever, and you do find yourself in a situation, you've got a strobe light. You've managed to get a few seconds, like you're saying in the UK. It's like if we shout at someone, we'll get arrested. Like, you know, don't rob me. You better not rob me. Right, you're nicked. What do you mean? Well, you shouted at the criminal. You know, you offended him. Look at him. He's towering now. Hey, you, Jimmy. You better not be trying to attack me, lad. Oh, it was vicious. You should have heard him, officer. Like, he was. I think he was from up north. Scotland, vicious people. I didn't know they came back over Adrian's War.
Yeah, I think reading the room, the mannerisms of people, and putting yourself into situations, there's a lot
Yeah.
to be said about that as well.
There
For a
is,
long
Alan.
time, people used to put down the idea that you shouldn't. It shouldn't be about the victim putting themselves in the position where they're going to be a victim of crime. That's blaming the victim. You have to always blame the criminal. No, I'm sorry. If you are just a mindless idiot and you're walking down the streets of London at 3 o'clock in the morning holding a laptop, somebody's going to rob you. And you've put yourself in that position. Now, of course the criminal's the criminal, but you're still an idiot, for putting yourself in a dangerous position.
Yeah.
And you've got to have a little bit of self-awareness as to the changing environment, because the environment changes. London changes. Sometimes it's safe in certain places. Sometimes it's not safe in other times. Throughout history, doesn't matter what it is. If I'm walking through the closest city to me is Edinburgh. Now I can walk down the middle of Edinburgh at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm pretty sure nothing will happen to me. If I walk down certain neighbourhoods on the fringe of Edinburgh, I'm going to get in trouble, because I know gangs of bored youths hang about, the local shop, so I'm probably going to be attacked by a bunch of 15 and 16-year-old boys that are just bored, but they could do me some serious harm. Whether they, because they're all riled. You've got a mob mentality. That's the problem with mobs. They feed off each other, and they might all be individually the nicest kids in the world, but when you get them all together and they're a bit bored and they've had a couple of drinks and they see some guy in his 40s or 50s walking down the street and they think they can have a go at him, before you know it, they've beat the crap out of you, and they can do you some serious harm. That's why you have to have a little bit of self-awareness as to, okay, maybe I'm not going to walk down that neighbourhood at that time of night. Maybe I'm not going to get on the subway and then just sit on the front seat with the strangers at my back, because I'm a nice, trusting person and I see the good in all people. No, because you might unfortunately be that 1 in a million people, or 1 in however many thousands of people, who happen to sit in front of a maniac who's going to stab you to death, which is what we've seen. And if you were to just think for a little minute, I'm not going to put myself in a position where I could potentially be the victim here. I'm going to try and offset that as much as possible by sitting in the corner with my back to the wall so I can see what's going on around me. So I've got a little bit more time to get away from something like that. There's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with even doing a little bit of profiling, in my opinion. If you live in a country where the largest criminal element are Scottish people for some reason, okay, and you get on a train and there's 10 Scottish people and you're the only non-Scottish person, think about that. Think about where you're going to sit.
With 10 Scottish people.
Well, it's even with like a football thing, for example. Okay, there's a big football game going on in the UK. Say Liverpool are playing somebody. I don't know anything about football.
There's
right?
loads of madness going on all the time in London.
Let's say there's a big football game. Liverpool fans, they're all wearing red, which is the colour I think they wear. You go on the underground.
Red and white, I believe.
Yeah, and you're the blue team, right? And you're wearing your blue shirt. Is it smart to get on the train with all the people with the red team because you think, it's just a game, we beat them 3-0 or whatever, but I'm just going to do it anyway. No,
but it's fun, Alan. It's fun.
It's fun right up until the point where one of them is setting you on fire, or kicking the crap out of you.
You're right, because I'm a Sunderland fan for my sins, and I would never do that with a train full of Newcastle
fans.
Really,
what's the old saying? Prevention is better than cure.
Yeah, I would always avoid that.
Situations, maybe someone should write a little leaflet saying prevention is better than cure. What does that mean? Well, in any situation, be a tiger. If you see a human, get out of there.
Mm-hmm.
For self-preservation, if you get injured, there's a number of variables. It's not just if you get injured. You could get robbed. You can get attacked. You can get in trouble for defending yourself. You could be, any number of things can happen. So, prevention is better than cure. Sorry, Al. Go on. Sorry.
No, I was finished. I was just really making the
Yeah.
case of the
Prevention is better
situation.
than cure, every time.
Your surroundings. You have to judge your surroundings correctly and adapt yourself to that, because that's where a lot of the trouble comes from. It could even be from the authorities. If let's say there's a riot going on, like I say, Edinburgh is my closest city. Sometimes they have protests. Now, I could have nothing to do with that protest whatsoever. If I just go bimbling through the middle of a protest, right, and there's riot police there with horses and stuff, and I get too close to them thinking, well, I'm just minding my own business, this has nothing to do with me, and a policeman smacks me with a baton, I'm the one I've put myself in that situation.
Yeah,
because I haven't judged my own surroundings properly.
Have you been watching my videos, Alan? Have you been watching some of my videos? You know what? I was once trapped in a student protest in London on London Bridge. I couldn't move left. I couldn't move right. I was like, what the heck am I doing there? I just took a wander. Thought, let me go and see this student protest. I was right outside the Houses of Parliament, and the horses were going off this way. The students were running that way. The horses were running this way. The students were running that way. Half the fence got thrown over that way. A horse nearly got tumbled over this way. I was like thinking, oh my gosh, what am I doing here? Let me try and get out. Anyway, I went to the line where the police were, and you could clearly see I was like in my 40s or whatever. And like, I'm not a student. So I said to the policeman, look, I was just actually walking through. But like you're saying, it's my fault for actually going there, looking back now. But I was there. And the policeman said, no. I said, look, I'm just living up the road from here. Just if you let me go through this way, I can go home and be out of here. He's like, no, you're here now. And I was kettled in outside the Houses of Parliament for like 5 hours. 5 hours. And then after that, we moved onto the bridge. And instead of letting me go sort of north towards where I live, they redirected us south, go towards south of London, make a U-E across some part of London, then come back up on another bridge. Anyway, the moral is don't get in that situation.
Yeah.
By the time you got to the end of the circuit, did you have blue hair?
I was about to say, you're just trying to get home. Next thing you know, you've got a criminal record for fighting for the vegan lesbian liberation army or something.
Tactics for that, for anybody in that situation, right? Get right up to that police line and then shout something really ridiculously out there.
Hold on a second, Mike. Hang on, Mike. What's going on with Alan here? I mean, how did he come to the conclusion that I've turned into someone with blue hair, sort of supporting lesbian, far left, and all this like stuff? I mean,
it's just because you were surrounded by them for so long.
Yeah, exactly. I get the joke.
Alan.
At the end of the day, you come back home as a transgender.
No, come on, let's get off the subject, please, man.
Just get to the police line. Hang on. This is genuine advice for anyone in that situation. Get to the police line, shout something horrendously outrageous. I don't know, something crazy like something crazy like.
What you mean? Sorry, I've really just clicked onto what you mean. You mean to get through the police line?
Yeah.
Pretend I'm one of these people.
If you shout something against them, like something ridiculous, like there's only 2 genders, they will realise you're not with all the students. But that's the thing. Their job is to get between you and them. So they would instantly pull you over to the other side. It's same if you had a Union Jack in the same protest, they would get between you. So that would get you through.
Do you know what? How many people I saw getting hit with truncheons? No joke. It's no joke.
Insane.
Even during the poll tax riots, you talk about innocent people getting caught up with it. You know how many tourists had their heads split open? Literally, they're in Oxford Street, and there's one poor German guy with his 2 daughters and his wife, and his head split open, his wife's head split open, and he's going, I come from Germany, show me your paper, I'm trying to get the accent, show me your papers, yes, I come from Germany, right? And anyway, God bless him. So he's had his head split open, and he happened to be near the line where the poll tax riot were kicking off, and there was a massive line of police, all with their truncheons out, and all they were doing was a downward action truncheon. You know when they do that in the UK? Yeah, if you're caught behind that, Trust me. You know, it's like one of those you know those corn field machines where they might do the wheat.
Harvester, yeah.
It's like a harvester. Like you're getting back. You know, you're going to get bashed on the head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we do have this thing. I mean, this is probably worldwide. I mean, but it's definitely a thing in the UK. The sort of rubberneckers who get themselves into these predicaments or put themselves in these dangerous situations because they're nosy. I don't know. I mean, did any of you guys see the footage that happened recently? The terrorist attack that happened recently in the UK, where a couple of Jewish people were murdered by a religious fanatic, and in the video there was a truck driver
up the road from me.
Yeah, exactly. The truck driver who was filming it on his phone, well, the guy had a suicide vest on. You can see this old man sort of lingering around at the fence trying to get a good look at what's going on. And somebody's actually shouting at him, he's got a bomb, mate. Get out of the way. He's got a bomb around him.
People are oblivious.
And he was just standing there. There's a dead body beside him. And a guy with a suicide vest, and this old guy is trying to get a better look.
Yeah. That's what TV does to you. That's what TV does to you because it shows like-minded people all doing the same thing. When you watch TV and something happens, all the people kind of stand there looking. So all the people watching TV are programmed to stand there, sort of like pros, stand there looking and get the phones out. Especially if someone's like bleeding out on the floor. Yeah, let's just get the phone out and film him.
So I'm in the middle of writing a book about situational awareness. I just wanted to show you the first chapter is Stop Being Sheep. Seriously.
Yes.
So it's all about situational awareness, but you can see the sheep on the phones, and that's what we're talking about. That is the people.
It's like standing there looking. It's very interesting. It's like the people standing there looking at a tsunami, you know, just froze in time. Oh, look at that big, massive wave that's coming towards us. Isn't that lovely?
Did any of you guys ever watch the film Don't Look Up?
Oh yeah, it was hilariously accurate.
Yeah,
it was. Yeah,
it goes to show, though. I mean, that's kind of the mentality of a lot of people, and you need to snap out of that spell. That's part of the problem. I mean, I think that's one of the things that separates sort of preppers from the general public is you know that they're just looking around and saying, "Wait a minute, this is crazy."
So there's three people in this situation because I've been in it, okay? So it wasn't life-threatening in the end, but I was in the Trafford Centre, which is basically the UK equivalent of one of the biggest malls in the country, right? So I was in the Trafford Centre, it was in the food court area, and the alarm started sounding, and in between the alarm it was saying there's been an incident in this area of the Trafford Centre, please evacuate. Didn't say there's a fire, didn't say anything like that. I watched 30 or 40 people stood around filming the crowds, and I watched everyone else in the crowds try and mass to this one exit. All of them. Like honestly, it was like a funnel of people. I heard the alarm saying this area of the Trafford Centre, so instead of going to the exit with my family, I grabbed my family and I went through one of the cut-throughs to the other areas of the Trafford Centre, which then we could find a clear exit. And nobody else was going that way. Nobody else. And we're talking over 2,000-3,000 people at this point. All trying to get out of three sets of double doors.
For all of us listening, remember peak hours is danger hours. If you have to go peak time somewhere, you know, in and out. You remember peak hours are danger hours. Just train yourself.
When she wants to go shopping.
They're always danger hours. Always have something to do, or your leg is sore.
Yep, definitely. I mean, we've no excuse in this country or any country anymore. Shops are open till ridiculous times. You know, you can go late. You can go. There's some 24-hour supermarkets. You don't have to put yourself in that position.
Yeah, you can minimise the risk for sure. I don't think you should go too far with it though. I mean, because then the terrorists win, I suppose. You know, if you're only shopping in Asda at 3 o'clock in the morning because you're
being wise. There's nothing wrong with being wise. And not only that, it makes sense. You go to a supermarket early in the morning, and it's empty. You're like in there, your stuff's there, you know, and quite often there was a time just during the lockdown where there was a great shortage of eggs in the local supermarket, and if you got there at a certain time, they're all gone. And it got to a point, I think, a little time after the Ovid, it got to a point where they put a little note up saying only 2 packets per person. So,
Yeah.
you know, sometimes it makes sense to be in and out. All right, you know, you don't have to queue up. There's no possibility of getting caught out. Like you said, even people. I've been in London Underground where you've come out one entrance and there's hundreds of people, and where you normally just walk straight out from the escalators to the entrance is like a minute, not 30 seconds. It took me like 15 minutes to go that distance because there's the volume of people, and I thought, wow, I can't get caught out like this all the time.
Yeah.
And in situations like that, people, they're not going to say, after you, sir. No, after you, Bob. No, please, after you, Costa. No, Shadow, after you, please, sir. No, Alan, after you. You know, I mean, us lot, we might be polite. But there are 50,000 other people there.
The sheep, the panicking herd masses.
They're going to be trampling on us.
I do think, I mean, it's definitely just a case of sort of risk, judging what the risk reward is, the risk evasion.
Yeah.
I mean, I like to call myself a survivalist. You know, what the hell does that mean? People think, well, you're doing everything possible to survive, but it's not really the case. I mean, I ride motorbikes, play with kayaks, bungee jump, deliberately put myself in situations.
You know the risk. You know the risk.
Yeah, I mean,
you know the highs and you know the lows, and you know at the end of the day, if you get injured, it's your fault.
Yeah. I mean, but that's the case with everything. I mean,
the variables in the city is different. You could get, you know, if you're not watching the road, you could get hit by a bus. If you're in if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, you might be. Look at those flash kind of robberies where you get like all of a sudden. It's not like robberies of the old times. Now you're getting guys turning up at a shopping mall, 10 cars, like, and there's like 6-7 people in each car. Like 50, all of a sudden 50 people run into a shop, start robbing the jewelry shop. Have you seen all that stuff?
My brother worked at Carphone Warehouse, the big one that was in the Trafford Centre, and they had a gang of people come in, start booting the sample phones off the brackets to try and drag them away, and they're told not to do anything. So literally, they're just getting away with this and just watching them. But you know, who would risk their life for minimum wage at the end of the day?
The thing is, the thing about, I mean, there's a self-awareness, street smarts type thing as well. This kind of goes into self-defense a little bit too. Whereas, I mean, somebody like you, Dara Love, and you live in London, and you know, like if you live in London and you travel in the London Underground a lot, you get an intuition for how it works. You know where you are, you know what's kind of normal and what's abnormal, and you can tell a tourist a mile away, looking at the map, trying to work out what the hell all the coloured lines mean. And so can all the criminals. All the criminals who are targeting people can identify that straight away. I went to New York a couple of years ago, and literally you get off the train from the airport and you end up in the subway, and I felt so vulnerable because there was people trying to sell me tickets. I'm looking at the screen that didn't make any sense. I'm asking this like guy in a uniform how the hell you get out of here, and he just stared at me. And I knew that I was incredibly vulnerable at that point. But see, after a week of using the system, I felt like a pro. You know, because I kind of knew where I was going. I knew, that guy who's asking to buy my ticket's just a tout or whatever. And you get street smart, but you need to do it you need to put yourself in a vulnerable position to begin with in order to get that kind of level of confidence. And that's the same way anything, you know.
Yeah. I've experienced what you're saying as well. When I went to Amsterdam, you're thinking, what the hell does that say? Because in Holland, some of their words are really long. It's like 28 letters for one word. What does that mean? Okay.
Yeah. Somebody asking if Alexa understands me. No, it doesn't most of the time. Hopefully most people on here can understand what I'm saying.
Oh, perfect.
I don't understand why, because I'm the only person who hasn't got an accent. All of you guys have got the accent. I hear people speaking like me all the time.
Speaking as well, like these guys are not speaking, and then Shadow's thinking the same. I don't know what it is with these people speaking funny. What are they saying?
You talk fun.
Mike's on mute.
Where's Chef, man? We need Chef. Where are you, Chef? Come on.
Welcome, Jill. Good to see you,
Talk
man.
about some freeze-dried food. Where's PV tonight?
Talking to myself here.
I have
PV
no
keeps-
idea.
No, you're not.
I
PV
haven't
keeps
seen
us
him
all saying,
on 3 screens.
right, lads, come on, get your wellies on. We've got work to do here. Everyone, Bob wants to hurt people. Alan wants to hurt people as well. and Shadow's
Sophia
like,
says,
this
most
is actually-
insightful Saturday night ever for me. Lol.
I tell you, talking
I'm
about
glad you think
non-lethal,
so.
non-lethal self-defense. Here's another scenario where this would become particularly important. I think about an SHTF situation where there's lots of disrest and rioting and stuff going on. If you go straight to the step of using lethal force, for example, imagine the grudge that's going to hold. We all seen what happened when somebody harmed John Wick's dog. Now imagine you harmed somebody's
man,
kid
if
or
you
something.
harm my dog, you're in trouble, man.
Yeah. So I mean, you're drawing an unnecessary level of attention to yourself with the possibility of retribution and mob mentality again. So imagine a crowd of people being rowdy and they're attacking houses and things, and you kill one of them. All those people are going to turn on you viciously. Now, if you just shine a torch at them and maybe use a taser or something, they might turn on you, but they're not going to try and murder you. So I can imagine a situation where it's probably a good idea to go for the non-lethal force long before using any kind of lethal force, even if you have the means to do that, because the long-term consequences of that could potentially put you in greater harm. They might go away, regroup, and then come back and attack you.
That's a dangerous situation. If you're in that kind of situation, then you mustn't use any kind of force. You really you don't even want them to know you're there.
I can imagine there's cases where you have to
marauding people, and there's a lot of them, and you're outnumbered massively. Eventually, they're going to get you or get your supplies. If you're on your own, I'd get out of there. But I don't know what situation you're referring to.
Well, let's imagine I can use some real world examples. Let's take some of the BLM riots that took place in the United States, where some people protected their properties by simply showing force. What they did was they surrounded their business, and they had guys with weaponry and stuff like that, and they basically just showed the force. They put on a presence, and that was enough to keep people sort of at a distance. And then you had people. What was that guy's name? I forget his name, but he ended up shooting a couple of people dead, I think. Wow. And if you watch the video of that, where they're trying to chase him down and basically tear him apart, and he ended up using self-defense to sort of fend a couple of them off. But that's a situation that turned deadly because he kind of put himself in a position where he antagonized people to the point where it became a fight with guns and not just a fight with bad, language.
Yeah. This is what I was saying before. I did a terrible job at paraphrasing you, Bob. But you mentioned this before on a previous stream, Bob, that you would just stand there and not engage, like at the end of the driveway. Yeah. That's the kind of situation there.
The crazy eyes.
Stand there silently. I had to do that with 19 different meth addicts trying to get into my house. I'd stand there at parade rest and do not talk to them.
Yeah.
Don't say one word, because then they can't figure you out. They don't know they don't know anything about you.
Yeah.
But you're going to stand in the doorway at parade rest with your mouth shut, dude. It works, because most of the time they'll turn around and walk away. But I had one guy scream profanities at me for 20 minutes, and I still didn't move, and it worked because he left.
Even done that, even though you didn't say anything. A lot of times I've seen in many situations where when you engage with certain type of people, we could all imagine the different types of people. When you engage with them, as soon as you engage with them, they use it as an excuse. You've disrespected me, now I'm going to shout in your face, I'm going to come over there, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that to you. And it's like all of a sudden, you don't want that disrespect kind of. I know what you're saying, Bob, It's like hold on to that respect kind of thing. I'm just here, but as soon as you engage, what are you doing here? I think PB said to me once when I got into a situation with a gang, and I was like, I confronted them, and he's like, well, sometimes in doing that, you also can make yourself a target.
You mean like
Yeah.
when you confronted the guy that was peeing outside your house?
Well, you know what? It's really funny because you sort of, two wrongs don't make a right, but sadly people don't know that today. Today is like, who
Yeah.
the heck I can do what I want. It's even like you see people robbing shops, and it's like they're confronted. It's like, how dare you confront me? It's like, well, I mean, we're living in a very extreme world. I mean, you could see, all right, I'm going to get told off now if Chef was here. I was going to say, if millions die, who's accountable? It's like, it's crazy what's going on today. The world is from one extreme to another. You got laws, certain laws now where I think in the UK, if it's not worth £200, don't bother calling the police. So you got like people walking into an off license or a supermarket, and they're just picking up groceries. Bob, you want to see it, Bob? It's like normal, like when you're going shopping, you're like, yeah, I need some
Greg's is help
lettuce.
yourself.
Yeah, they're just doing like they've got their shopping list, and then they're just walking out the door.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got sort of diehard security guys here where they're stopping them, it's really crazy.
Yeah. There's definitely something to be said about drawing attention to yourself, though. I mean, I can give you a very quick sort of story. It's nothing particularly serious, but it kind of proves my point. Is years and years ago when I was a kid, like a very small kid, 10, 11, 12 years old, there used to be this man who used to walk from his house to the shopping centre. It's only a couple of miles, and all the kids used to annoy him and harass him. They used to like shout things at him and throw stuff at him. They used to call him Junior. And the reason they harassed this guy was because he used to react. You would get a bite from him. He would shout and scream and rant, and he would chase after you. And it was kind of, when you're a little kid, when you're 10, 11 years old, it's kind of exciting. This man is chasing you and you think he's crazy, and you call him Junior. And over time, this guy, kids used to follow him all the way home, so they found out where he lived. And they used to, as these kids got a little bit older, they used to do things like chuck bricks at his window and break his window. The poor guy had his windows broke probably every couple of weeks. Now, my gran actually used to live next door to him, and he had mental problems. He was he was like, what would you call it? He had a very low IQ, basically. There was nothing wrong with him particularly, but his mother had died. He was living in protective housing, they called it. It was like a little old folks home, but he was probably about 35 or something like that. But this poor guy was terrorized for years because he rose to the kids. He was thinking he was just shouting at the little kids, go away, and chasing after them and stuff. But over time, it kind of got to a point where those kids grew up a little bit more, and they were smashing these windows and throwing fireworks at the poor guy and things like that. Had he just did nothing the first couple of times that happened to him, they would have just moved on, and nothing would have happened. And it kind of shows the very long-term example of how something can escalate into something, Or if I was the bad guy, just very quickly, if I was a bad guy and I was going door to door with my brother, we were robbing people in an SHTF situation, right? And I came to Bob's house and he gave me the crazy evil eye. I was thinking, oh, the hell with that guy's a nutter. I'll just move on to the next one. And that's probably what I would do. But let's say I went to Bob's house and he shot my brother, dead. Now there's a blood feud. Now I've got a reason in life.
You created a memory.
Now it's beyond. So I mean that's why it's a good idea to try and de-escalate with the non-lethal sort of force.
I have on my channel where a guy was walking around the housing complex where we used to live with a bucket, and he's going between the buildings. He's looking for any unlocked door, any unlocked window. He's a meth head, and I fortified my house pretty well, and he comes toward, because he sees my garage door is open, but I've got stuff in the way, so he can't just walk right in. But I only said two things to him. Was he saw me standing almost as he came into the building, but he went around the corner, and then he came, and that's when I went and took cover, because I don't know if he's armed. So I crowded around a corner a little bit, and the most I said to him was two things. One was, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm doing just fine, thank you." And then he's looking around inside my place, and I'm standing there, not moving, not talking to him, so he cannot assess me. And then when he's looking around, I just told him one other thing: don't break into my house. And he replied, well, good luck with that. But that's the only interaction I've ever had with any of those junkies. The rest of the time, I just stand there at parade rest and just don't move. Kind of like one of the grenadiers, just don't move. Just stand right there. You don't know what the guy's thinking if he says nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, the junkie hasn't got time to be fighting with people. They
Right.
want the easy target. They
want to
want
run
to just,
in.
they want
Right.
to move on. So they don't.
Like
Once
hyenas.
they've,
They don't
I
want to
mean,
get bit by
they've
the lion.
identified that, why go to the trouble of fighting with this guy when we could just go
Right.
to the old lady down the street.
Yep.
Easy pickings.
Yeah, that's very less lethal. Don't interact with them. Just stand your ground. Don't talk to them, and they'll move on. And I've never had any of them come back to my place. Never, not even once. But because they saw some lunatic dude standing there at parade rest with a 45 on his hip, and they go around. That's very, very less lethal. Don't interact with them, but stand your ground. Let them know that you ain't getting in here.
Yeah. So I suppose the opposite of that would be somebody who's overly submissive. You imagine these people that kind of like they're afraid to even look you in the eye. They sort of look away. They just look like an easy target. They're almost presenting themselves as an easy target.
That's been the same. That's not like a thing just as an adult. That's been the same since high school and stuff that.
Sure.
If you walk around like this, they will see that and they're thinking, right, that's my target. That's easy target sort of thing.
Yeah.
You gotta walk with confidence, keep your head high, be very situational aware. Yeah, massively.
Have you noticed when people walking through their own sort of town, their own village, they've got this air of confidence about them. Like the place, you sort of, you're walking through, you know where you're going. But then if you notice other people that are sort of touristy, they sort of stop, hesitant, looking at their, they might be looking at the map. They might be, and you know who's who. So, I adapted that when I was going through a kind of an area to me that was alien to me, whether it was in another country or whether it was another city in the UK. I developed this walking pattern where I'm walking with a purpose. I know where I'm going. I know where I'm coming from. As soon as you sort of make out, I don't know what the cab rules are. The cab's going to rob you. As soon as you don't know some kind of place to eat or whatever, someone's going to try and give you a dodgy price. There's a lot of scammers in different countries as well. So you develop this awareness. So I'm sorry, I don't want none of that, mate. And you just walk through. You ain't going to hesitate. You ain't going to stop and say, what's that free cup game you're playing? Oh, look where the P is. Look, just keep your eye on the P. Tell me where the P is. $5. And then, people get robbed, it's scammed or whatever. So you develop this. You've got to walk with confidence, as you're saying, And don't put yourself in dangerous places.
Sometimes the places that you think are likely to be quite hazardous aren't actually as hazardous as you think. I went to if you've ever been to Turkey, they have these amazing Turkish markets, which they've got a special name that I've already forgotten, but it's like an enclosed area. And you walk around it, and there's people try to sell you all sorts of stuff from knockoff like perfume to other stuff, things like that. And you think, oh, this is a pickpocket heaven. I'm going to get robbed in here. I'm going to get this or whatever. But that doesn't happen because they value your custom. So all the people there kind of look after tourists. So the tourists are protected.
Well. Yeah, there's that too. There's that too. But sadly, it still goes on. I mean.
It's a dangerous world. You're always going to get somebody somewhere.
You go to the pyramids, and there's people that are trying to scam you all over the place. So yes, oh, you like this? Look at this camel, and you have to literally try and you got stories of people running away. But leave me alone. I don't want to get on the camel.
You've got to be forceful, confident, without being aggressive with people like that.
Well, you're moving from A to B. You're confidently just moving. You don't need no help. You don't need
walk
no
with purpose. Yeah,
I know where I'm going. I've read the map. I know where I'm going. I know where I'm coming from. I know what north, south, and east and west is, and bam, you know you. But the moment you hesitate, there's like you know, they're looking. Don't forget, they're like looking for the weakest animal, the elder, the sick, the young, the vulnerable. But the other ones that are confidently going like the wildebeest, they're the wildebeest. The ones that are confidently just migrating, going. Let's go. All right.
Definitely.
Oh, you're on mute, Bob.
Whenever I read a map, wherever I'm at in the world, I get off the sidewalk and I go into a shop.
Yeah.
Right away, get off the sidewalk so that no one sees what you're doing. Same way with have to get on my phone for some reason. I go into a shop and then go on my phone. Don't stand on a sidewalk searching your phone or answering a call.
Don't hesitate.
Get out of the way, get out of sight. But I did have one incident when we flew to Madrid, and we're going through a crowd of people outside the airport, and one great big Spaniard grabbed my suitcase, you know, because he's saying taxi, taxi, and I rolled right past him, and he grabbed my suitcase. And when you're in a foreign country, the less English you speak, the better off you are, because that way they know you're not a local. So I just I was like 240 pounds at the time, and I just grabbed my suitcase and ripped it out of his hand, and I shouted, "No!" That's the same word in Spanish as it is in English, you know. So, and I just kept going. My wife was cutting through the crowd like a little midget, you know, ripping through the crowd, and I'm trying to follow her with our bags, and oh God.
Yeah, having a plan's definitely a good idea. I mean, even that case when I was in New York, the very first thing I did when I got to the hotel after my dodgy subway experience was look at the phone and actually learn the subway a little bit. It's like, okay, this is where we're going next. We need to go there, take that line and get to this point. So I'm not standing around looking like a complete aimless tourist, you know?
Any situations like that, if I need to use my Google Maps, I'll make sure I'm safe, out the way, and I will give myself pointers. Like, I'm going to go until I hit this T and turn left, and then keep going and hit this next one and turn right. I'll have them directions in
like waypoint markers.
Yeah, to then find the next place where I can be safe enough to check it. Don't walk around going, I'm walking this way.
Don't do that.
Story for you guys.
Just going up to the toilet.
I was in my father's country, Cyprus, and God may his soul rest in peace. My father, I thought I was safe anywhere I went in Cyprus. I could walk how I wanted, be how I wanted. It's Cyprus, it's my country. I went to a village that I never knew, and I was kind of looking around, and someone actually called out and said, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure. Of course, this is my father's country." I mean, but it was a village thing. I think it was just a stranger in that village.
That's good situational awareness on their part.
Yeah, it is. They spotted you as a stranger. What are you doing here? Yeah. But what I've done as far as maps go, I did this the first time I went to Cebu City, and I was by myself. I sat down with my laptop in the hotel room, and I pulled up Google Earth maps, and I took photographs of where I wanted to go. And if I had any question, I'd duck into a shop real quick, and you can access a photo on your phone instantly. But overseas, sometimes it takes a while to load up Google Maps on a phone. It just sits there and spins and waits and waits.
Oh, yeah.
I just access my photos, bang, there we go, expand. All right, now I know where I'm at. Take photos of where you want to go. It's very fast, very, very fast. But yeah, I've had
That's a good advice.
a few dicey situations overseas and stuff, but I just be street smart and confident, and the less you talk, the better off you are. Really.
Try to blend in. When I was because my family's Greek and I was born in England. When I was in somewhere like Spain, you could look at me and think I was Spanish. So
Yeah.
I was Spanish, you know. So there's sometimes there'd be British people. I wanted to ask everybody here, right? To be honest with me now, I'm going to ask you a question. Yeah, has there been any point in your time? I want you to be honest, okay? Right, guys. Has there been any time in your life where you pretended not to be from the country that you're from because you
Oh,
got
yeah.
embarrassed by the people that
Yeah.
that are same from your country, but they were
Yes.
embarrassing you, and you tried to pretend you wasn't from that from that country?
I've done that when I was in Rome. It was late at night and I got hungry and I knew there was a sandwich shop down the street from where we were staying, and a bar on the right hand side, and about 4 young men about Mike's age, you know, younger than me, but
Thank
they were
you.
Italian. They were Italian men, and they stopped me on the sidewalk. Hey, and they were speaking to me in Italian, and I didn't answer. And they go, "Where are you from?" And I said, "I'm from Canada." And they went, "Oh, I don't know that." And they were drunk, and then they just took off. But I'm pretty sure if I told them that I was an American, that
Yep.
changes things, because there is a
Yep.
lot of hostility against Americans when you go overseas.
It has
There is a
relevance.
lot.
Oh, yeah.
It has big relevance. I was told I went to Argentina, and I was in this place, and my girlfriend's father said to me, "Don't speak English."
Yeah.
And the reason is because England and Argentina had a war, and
Yeah.
that city that I happened to be in had a lot of casualties because of that war. And my girlfriend's dad was just, he just thought, well, just it's best to sort of avoid any situation, because anything could have happened. Someone could have lost a son, a father, anyway, and took it out on me. Oh, he's from there, even though I look sort of Greek or whatever. They might say, well, you're speaking English, you know. I mean, even in, like you said, someone who said earlier, Alan, or from a football club, you get caught out on a train, all of a sudden you're like, you got a blue sort of Ipswich shirt on, and everybody's on the, you quickly run to grab a train, and the door's shut and the train's moving. You turn around and realize, wow, everybody's got a red shirt on, and I've got a blue shirt on.
Yeah, I mean, it comes again. It's back to situational awareness. You know, if me, as you know, a British person was to go for a holiday in Afghanistan, I would probably be setting myself up for a bit of a fall. You know,
I don't know though, because there's been people that have grown beards, grown their hair long, wearing a shamag, go in the sun for ages, and then you'll blend in, brother. Trust me.
well, you know,
Have you
it's
seen
one of those
there's
things.
redheads in Afghanistan? There's redheads, blonde hair. There's blue eyes, green eyes.
I mean, I only
I
chose
know what you mean, though,
Afghanistan
in general.
because
I know what you mean
it's
in general. If you
I
started
chose.
speaking Scottish and stuff,
Yeah, well, I mean, from an accent, ethnicity point, I've never pretended to be from another country. I have heard a friend of mine who's also into motorcycles did a trip around Morocco, and he told me that if people ask where he was from, he used to say Ireland, because Ireland sounded a little bit less aggressive than the UK or Scottish. Obviously, you know, it's the same place.
Yeah, like for me, Canada.
Yeah, Canada's like
you know,
most people can't really tell the difference between an American accent and a Canadian accent if you're not from
Right.
North America. I can't tell the difference really that much, and a lot of people can't tell the difference between Scottish and Irish if you live in Morocco. You know, so that's kind of why I think I probably would just say where I was from, but I would try to read the room. I would want to know why they were asking me. Were they just was it harmless curiosity, or are they trying to figure out if I'm worth taking as a hostage or something?
what I really meant was, have you ever sort of pretended not to be your own, where your own country is? Have you ever said, "I'm not Scottish"?
No, Scottish people make a point of telling everybody.
No, but what I mean is not actually mentioned it, but try to sort of blend into that sort of, like if you was in Germany and there was some Scottish people being crazy. It's just okay, yeah.
not not for that reason, but I kind of do that everywhere I go. This is why I don't go on holiday all that much. But if I went on, like I went on holiday to Spain, specifically to Catalonia, and I learned the language. I did. For months. For months, I tried to learn the language, and I speak to people to get the accent right as well. So I know if I've got to go out, like I had to go to a pharmacy while I was there. Didn't want to go into a pharmacy as a tourist asking for medication. You sound local. You can ask them in their language. It helps. So I kind of I do that anyway, but not because I'm embarrassed of the English. Well, I am embarrassed of a lot of English people, but that's.
I've got a relative.
It's part of that hesitation thing as well.
I've got a relative who lives in the south of France, and he says it's a very, very small town, and they're very French. I mean, they're like they don't like tourists and all this kind of stuff. They're very French, and he says that a good trick to do, like when you're visiting and when you're down there, is when you go into a shop, get your phone out and try and ask for the thing that you want in French. They all speak English, but they will appreciate the fact that you've at least tried to do it in French. And they will listen to you for about a minute and then say, it was kind of okay, but we speak English, it's fine. But they appreciate the gesture. And that's just a polite thing to do, I think.
That's what I do in the Philippines, is either try to learn the language in Tagalog or Bisaya, or at least good morning, thank you, you're welcome, and they know you're foreigner, of course, but do you know what ethnic group of people I have received more hostility from overseas is Australians.
Wow.
They fucking hate us Americans deep down. They hate us. They despise everything about us. And it's like when I'm out with my family and we're in town doing something, I tell them, as soon as I hear an Australian accent, I'm leaving. I'm just not going to get near those fucking people. I mean, really, they're that vicious. You fucking Americans, you don't follow you. And it's like, and these are jackasses who've never been to the States. Never.
These beeps are really slow tonight.
What they judge me on is by what they see on Sky News Australia. And they judge me as part of that.
Yeah, well, I mean the over being judgmental of entire cultures is always a problem. I mean, I kind of like what Mike's saying. Like British people have got a terrible reputation in places like Spain because they go there. It's a cheap holiday or it's football related, and they cause trouble. They get drunk. They don't care about the customs.
I've actually been in situations where I've been in the bar and I pretended not to be British. I pretended to be Spanish. I pretended to be like Manuel, but like I wasn't like that. I didn't speak to people like that. If I spoke to any British, straight away I acknowledged that I was British. Right? I weren't sort of hiding in that sense. But if I was just sat there, no one knows that you're British if you just sat there, not saying anything to anybody. I was just sat there, and I've actually heard British people having a go at the barman, saying, "Don't you flipping speak English?" He's trying to say something to the barman, and then the barman said, "This is Spain."
Yeah, I was going to say actually, English-speaking people do have this horrible tendency to just assume the rest of the world should speak English for some reason.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know why, but
I've seen every kind of people do it. Look, man, I'm just saying. Look, the whole world does it. There's from one extreme. I've seen African people do it. I've seen American people do it. I've seen British people do it. I'm sure in your lifetime you've heard the expression, "You can't do that to me. I'm an American. You can't do that to me. I'm British. You can't do that for me because I'm a king in Uganda. You can't do that to me because I'm this person," right? Whatever. Everybody's got had that little moment of entitlement and whatever you. But anyway, what?
Yeah. Not sure how. Is this still self-defense we're talking about now?
Yeah, we've gone right off there.
Yeah, it's kind of kind of still being aware.
Yeah, it's awareness of your surroundings, I think.
Yeah, that's being aware of your surroundings is why I don't like to go to bars. I hate it. I don't, because people go there and they get liquored up, and one of them always wants to fight. So I just stay. I'm not going.
Yeah. This is what I meant. This is what I really meant about being in that bar, in that situation, you disassociate yourself from that. Not because you're disassociating from your people, your brothers, and your people in your country. I'm just saying that situation that might kick off. You don't want to, be in that kind of.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not even a whole country. It could just be city to city. People from Edinburgh have got an issue with people from Glasgow, and vice versa.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's tribalism. It's pointless tribalism.
That's a good word for it, Alan. Very good, very good. Yeah, while we were sitting here talking, I put a few more brass keys on this striking weapon to make it a little bit. Mike, you made you inspired my keychain. Put even more junk on it.
That's going to keep me up all night.
All you need now is a fire starter, some paracord, a torch, of course a bottle opener because I'm a guy.
There's my key, and that annoys me.
Wow.
Yeah.
A fob for a workplace that I no longer am part of, but I know exactly where they keep their emergency medical supplies. You never know.
Yeah, that's true. Good thinking, really.
Always know where your local vet is.
In fact, who remember those? Who remember those key chains that have got? It's like a chain. It's like a fashion thing. You've got people having chains dangling from their trousers, and you could actually use a kind of chain. My father came to the UK, London, UK twice, and had his wallet stolen, and by pickpockets. So when he, sadly, we know the place, and my dad got pocketed twice. So I bought this wallet, had a chain on it. You can actually connect it to your belt or the loop, and then you got your wallet safe in your pocket.
That was a massive thing over here because I was used to going to rock pubs and stuff like that when I was younger, and loads of people had chains on wallets and stuff. Often 3 or 4.
Yeah.
But they would have them dangling right down, wouldn't they? Like, it was like an actual fashion statement. Yeah.
So it's not illegal to have a chain, is it?
I think it would be if it was, a big chunky chain that you just had wrapped around your wrist or something.
Right.
But
Well,
I think, I mean, you probably could get away with having one like wrapped around you, like in a punk type sort of look about you. That would be a way of getting around that rule, I imagine. There's definitely ways to circumvent rules if you really think about it, and that's something you really wanted to do. You would just have to be particularly cautious about it. I mean, one thing I do tend to do is, because I travel, I try to travel as much as possible, and sometimes if I travel to a part of the world that's a little bit sketchy, I always take a little bit of a look at the sort of self-defense laws and things like that. And you'd be amazed at how many countries you can legally buy a knife and protect yourself with, for example. And you can't take it on the plane, but I can buy one when I get there. I rent motorcycles in a lot of countries that I visit, and bike theft on highways and things is something that takes place in some places. And so something like a boot knife or something that you can purchase, even knuckle dusters, if they're legal in that country, why not buy it? If you can legally buy it and have it, then do it, and then just throw it in the bin when you're getting on the plane on the way home.
I was just going to say, before you go to the airport, throw it away.
Just throw it away.
Get rid of it. Yeah.
Buy the cheapest sort of thing you can get.
I was in Argentina years back, and I was by a river. We was doing a bit of camping. It was great weather, and I was there with my girlfriend. We're just setting up the lunch, getting ready to eat, and two guys on horses rode up, and it was living gauchos, the real deal. I was like, wow. I was like, wow, it's like watching a nature program, like David Attenborough or something like that. And they just rode up. They had the gaucho knives in their belts. They're it's like a kind of a traditional thing. Is that a monkey ball?
Yeah.
It's kind of like the equivalent of a snooker ball in a sock.
I think they're illegal in the UK. I'm not sure if they're illegal in the UK.
There's
Probably not.
there's variations. I don't know if anybody knows the Weapon Collector. He's got a
Yes,
YouTube
yes,
channel.
Mike.
He was in here
Mike.
before, Mike. Yeah, I've spoke to him a few times. I met him at the last meet as well. He sells or creates like these leather tabs that are about this big. They're weighted, and it's got a slot in it. And what it is, it's so you don't lose your big handkerchief or your
Yeah.
shemag. So
Yeah.
that goes through it and hangs, and you can put it in your pocket. That hangs out. However, you take it the other way around, it becomes very similar to the monkey fist.
So that's the key, isn't it, Mike? It's not a weapon. It's got
Still
another
is a
utility.
We don't
just-
have
Lily,
any
good
weapons
to
in
see
this
ya.
country.
You know, I went to a place in Argentina where they had places called villas, and they're like shanty towns. And I was walking through, and I thought, right, I'm going to walk through this place. And just before you go through it into this kind of little town, there's people that sort of stand guard just on the edge of it. They just sit there, and they're like, "Where are you going?" And I was there with my girlfriend. She's there with her brother. He's there with his girl. 4 of us, and we, again, this is about that situational awareness. We're sort of strolling along. I'm thinking, yeah, I'm in Argentina. I'm in La Boca. It's famous for tango dancing. I'm right by the river, which absolutely stank. This river in La Boca, and this guy said, "Where are you going?" We're like, "Oh, we're going to walk through and cut through and go to La Boca." And they're like, "Yeah, we advise you not to go through this part." Anyway, we didn't go through there, but lots of different situations. You've got to be very careful out there. But these gauchos was amazing by the river. They got their knife. We're talking about certain countries. You can carry certain weapons and knives and what have you. And so you were saying earlier how you can just, buy a knife and stroll around.
Oh.
And I did actually carry a little lock knife in Argentina, but it was, for fruit.
Hey, Miss Lil.
Happy birthday.
Get this. What a wonderful world I live in, fellas. Okay. My wife's home right now. I as soon as I open the garage door, I go in the house. I smell beef stew cooking on the stove. It's like, oh. And there's my wife with her phone, and she got on the big screen TV Catholic Mass in Latin, and she's reading it. Ore se te sonamos. And she's learning Latin. What a world I live
That is
in, man.
multitasking to the extreme.
Yeah,
You can learn Latin and cook.
Don't give up your
Learn-
day job, Bob.
learning
Don't
mass in Latin and cooking beef stew. And a little Filipino wife, Lil Vest Tate over in the side chat. She's a friend of mine.
Actually, beef stew, Bob, is amazing prepping food. If you could, is there a way you could actually cook beef
Oh, it's
stew
wonderful.
and can it?
I don't know. I suppose, but Lil Vest over on the side channel. She's a friend of mine. She
Yeah,
and
sorry,
her
Bob.
husband live in Manila, and her husband Frank is an American. So, yeah. Regards to your husband, Miss Lil, my American compadre. Yeah. What a world! What a world! Little Filipino lady.
Unless you're the only person in the house that likes beef stew, and you end up eating it for a bloody month.
That's okay.
You could do chicken. You can do all sorts.
Yeah, I made a bulk one to test like how I could spread my preps amongst a lot of people, thinking I could feed it to the missus and the kids and
Hey,
everything
Mark.
like that. But
Good to
turns
see
out
ya.
they're too picky.
There are methods. There is methods of making food go a real long way, and I'll tell you how.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Sauces. If you've got some really nice sauces, and then you've got the bulk food. The bulk food is like the rice, the pasta. Okay, it's not all that great for you, but you can make a meal go a long way when you make sauces. Like you might have a fish sauce, you might have a stew sauce, and you don't have to use loads of meat, but you still got the taste, the flavour.
Yeah.
And if you want to see a raccoon go nuts, soak your pasta overnight to cook it quicker.
Yeah, don't do that.
Hey,
I was going to answer a question in the side chat about my key ring. Okay, this is a dog leash. These parts are stainless steel. If you know the properties of some of the metals, stainless is very, very rugged. The rings themselves are stainless steel. Yeah. Stainless is tougher than
yeah.
normal steel. It's very durable. And I chose brass keys because brass is heavier than steel. You know, just to answer a question in the side chat.
Yeah, but rust will give you a nasty infection when you hit them with it.
Yeah. Yep.
Well,
And they have to go get their shot.
what would zinc do? You saying
Zinc-
that, Chef? What would zinc do? Because
Zinc is pretty brittle. It's not
Zinc
very
is brittle
strong.
and very light.
Yeah, but the trouble with zinc, you know that stuff in the UK, it's been sorry, galvanized. What's that stuff called? Galvanized steel.
Galvanized steel.
Oh, I don't like galvanized. Galvanizing is poisonous.
The wound won't. Yeah, exactly. So the wound won't heal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, this Lil, it's for all these keys here. I put this together to look like a normal key ring, more or less. And they don't. These keys don't fit anything at all. It's for a striking weapon when I walk across parking lots. It's a decoy, really. And if I lose it, it doesn't make any difference because none of these keys fit my house or my car. Nothing, you know. Yeah.
They are basically useless.
Yes, they are useless. Yeah.
Kind of like the adapting of everyday tools like keys and things like that. Here's a thing for it's a selfie stick basically for carrying GoPro cameras and things like that.
There you go.
Right, but it's also pretty solid. I mean, this you can get cheap plastic ones, or you can get ones like this, which are effectively like a police baton. You know, it's like it's a series tool, but it's a selfie stick. It's for a camera. I mean, it's not for being a baton. It's kind of, it goes on sort of Mike's principle of if you just end up using it like a baton, then that's just happened out of like a coincidence.
Alan, I want you to know right off, I would use that right there to beat the crap out of any raccoon that came anywhere near me. You know?
I've never seen it. I've never seen a raccoon in real life.
I feel sorry for raccoons, man.
Only
they're having a bad time, I reckon.
Only East Coast raccoons, I'll beat the crap out of them. The ones out here on the West Coast, I leave them alone.
Yeah.
Or you send an airstrike on them.
Mismanagement. Mismanagement. When you got to cow animals, I think we're the ones who've done it wrong. We set it all up wrong in the first place. Where it's not being okay. You got to let the ecosystem do its thing, but at the same time, it's all we're kind of hogging it to the point where I don't know. Are we the ones? Why is there a hog infestation? Do you guys know? Why does that happen?
Oh, down south? Because somebody released a bunch of feral hogs and they breed like bunnies, and they can't shoot them fast enough. Yeah. Keep breeding and they destroy the crops.
Yeah, so we have the same problem with people.
Yeah,
no, he never meant that. Come on, man, he didn't mean that. Wait, beep! He got cut off.
Real, I've got 5 kids. I'm part of the problem.
No, you're not, man. Good on you for multiplying. Well done.
I've nearly got my quiver.
Don't forget you're the arrow. I mean, sorry, you're the bow, and your little ones are the arrows. So you've got to fire. You got to make sure they fight. I'm going to try and bring the Scottish. Please, Alan, say it for us. Make sure the arrows get fired long and far. Or is it a Spartan thing? The arrows.
Scottish people and Spartans are often confused. You know what I mean? It's
really funny. They get the 300.
I mean, sometimes I don't know if I'm watching that movie 300 or Braveheart. Just all looks the same.
No, but Braveheart makes sense that you've got a Scottish guy, yeah. But when you watch 300 and you've got Gerard Butler playing Leonidas, the Greek guy, he's like, yeah, Spartans, lay down your weapons. And Leonidas says, come on, get them. Come over there and do it.
To be fair, I don't think Mel Gibson is that Scottish.
No, I know, but
at least he did a passable impression.
At least Leonidas could have, at least Gerard Butler could have tried to fake a Greek guy. No, I'm not bringing my. I'm not putting my kebab down. No, go ahead.
Just for the record, everyone watching, he can stereotype. He's Greek. It's fine. It's all right.
No, man, there's nothing wrong with it. You know, this is what they're trying to take away on humour. You know, I mean,
can make fun of Scottish people
like
because
a robot.
people
You know, what is the final accent? This is my question. Okay, they're trying to get the final solution. But what's the final accent going to be? Are we going to all speak like Daleks, or is no one going to speak anymore?
I think it would be
humankind going to lose their language, or is the AI going to speak on our behalf, or what are we going to be gone? Where are we going to be? Like, you know, we're talking about the ethics and tactics of non-lethal defense. How do we all right, sorry, yeah, well done, Chef. I'm stopping.
Easy, buddy. Easy. Love you, man.
I'm breathing. People say breathe.
I know.
Come on, someone give me some oxygen.
I want to answer him though. It would be no accent. Nobody can place mine properly in the UK because I've lived in so many different places, and it ends up merging.
No one to know where anybody came anymore from anymore.
Yep.
No, I have an East Coast accent. My heritage goes to Newfoundland and Scotland. So there you have it, folks.
My long-lost brother.
Yeah. Hey, accents are stereotyped massively anyway.
You lot are all Greek. You're all Greek and you just don't realise. You've forgotten about it.
Yeah, okay. All came from
here.
I tell you, I mean, Bob and Chef Tech sound totally different. They have different accents.
Same country, but it's different coast.
I mean, I tell you, I sound very different from somebody who comes from Glasgow or Inverness or somewhere like that.
You can see that when Alan and Brian are on the same podcast with me.
Oh, yeah.
Although me and Brian actually don't live too far away, although he's closer to Glasgow than me, I'm closer to Edinburgh, so that there is actually
at no point have I gone, who said that? Alan or Brian?
I've got a joke about the grey man in Scotland. Here's this quick joke about the grey man in Scotland, right? So this is how to behave in Scotland, right? So this is what I learned. I just done a big delivery from London, went to Scotland, done this delivery for a printing company. It was really good cash. My boss said, look, it's going to be a very long drive. Just go over there. We need this stuff delivered. They want it like now. Tomorrow morning, they must have these leaflets. Anyway, so I've driven up to Scotland that night thinking, all right, great. I'm going to Scotland, getting good wages. So I got to Scotland, done the delivery overnight. And then in the morning, I stayed at a hotel. In the morning, I'm driving around thinking I need a nice good calf, a good meal, and a real hearty meal. And I was driving around. I couldn't see no one early in the morning. And I bumped into this gentleman. And I sort of I felt finally someone here know where there's a good calf. I wound down the window. And I'm not being, you know, I'm not taking the mick or nothing like that. I said, hello, sir, I'm looking for a cafe. He went, a cafe? All right. I don't know. He said, but I know where there's a pub where you can get a pint and a roll like that. And I cracked up, right? I was like, a pint and a roll, like, you know, this is a Scottish breakfast, a pint and a roll at like 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm looking, I said, no, I need a calf, like with the whole lot. Anyway, cut a long story short, like, you know, so if you want to be a grey man and walk in confidence in Scotland, like, you know, you know the area, you know, say, right, I'm just going for a pint and a roll.
What's a 7-course meal in Ireland?
Also, you have fried Mars bar, which is fantastic, man. Fried Mars bar.
Stop.
Well, once again, I just went in the house and there's my little Filipino wife looking at her phone. learning Latin, you know. She said, "Hun, all the masses are the same in English, but I'm learning the words in Latin." Like, life's good. Life's good.
Good way to learn. It's a good way to learn.
Mm-hmm.
One of my biggest heroes is William Wallace, man. You know, and even is Rob Roy as well. The honour, you know, I learnt a lot. But I thank God for Scotland. I'm not, you know, taking the mick out of any accent. I think that we should be very happy for where we come from, and there's good aspects as well. There's good and bad in all countries. You know, none of us are. You know, no one's like any better than anybody else. I mean, it's a it can be a multicultural world, but you know. Anyway, sorry, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I can get along with anyone.
Sorry,
as
I'm just
long-
watching Shadow thinking, what's this become?
Yeah, I can get along with anyone as long as they don't come after me.
No, we're talking about situational awareness. You know, you might be abroad, and we're sharing
Yeah.
our stories of being abroad
Yeah.
and how we've blended
Easy
in,
now.
or how maybe
Share the
we've
mic.
ignored
Share the
being.
mic.
You know, that way you said, Mike, how at one time you sort of tried to not be who you were, and
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Can I say, can we touch on the ethics side of the title? Because we've not really spoke
Yeah.
about the ethics side of it.
Okay.
And what is it ethically right to use certain items and stuff like that? I suppose I want to put across there.
It's kind of like what I was saying earlier
Yeah.
about that. I wouldn't want to shoot somebody for stealing my TV. You know,
Oh, I
I
would.
hear you. I agree. I agree. Yeah,
you get my point, though. You get what I'm saying.
I do.
If it was just before match day, like before 3 o'clock kickoff, your life's in your hands if you take my TV. I'm telling you now, just so you're warned. All right.
what if everybody had one of those? You know, like when you got your bug out bag, you got a string on it, right? What if everybody developed these sort of really hardcore metal frames that go around their TV, and there's a chain, and it's locked up on your wall, and like, you know, so if your bag got shooken around, you know, and everything sort of broke up, and everything would be on a string, so you wouldn't lose your Leatherman, you wouldn't lose your whatever, because okay, that sounds crazy.
Yeah, you're going a little. You're kind of getting a little wound up here. Just take it easy.
Have a big chain on your TV. Oh, you can't take the TV. There's a big chain on it. Sorry, mate. You
Good luck taking my TV. I still got
rather
a
than shoot
Sony
people, it's all
TV.
chained up. It's all big chain on it. You know, they'd be walking down the road with a big TV, but there's a big
I
chain
don't
on
think
it.
anybody's going to steal a TV with a big chain on it. But anyway,
Well, they put big chains on dogs in America, didn't they?
Well, hold on, dude. Share the mic.
Jesus, yeah. Listen to when other people cut in a little bit.
Sorry, you're gonna be a grumpy old man. Share the mic, man. Oh, yeah, the ethical part, like what Alan did. There we go. What if and I watched a movie and shut up? Okay, Alan mentioned the ethical part about I won't take a life, especially if somebody's in my house stealing food. No, man, no, man, have the food, but just get out of my house. You know, you understand what that's my ethics.
Do it in the
Just
English accent. Pretend that you're English.
Oh.
If they come back, you could say, it wasn't me, it was the English guy.
Okay.
Bob, on the same front, if it was SHTF, that food is more vital to your life. Does that change the situation?
Totally. Yes, it does. It does. It does. If there's everything shut down and you're raiding my food, well, that's going to change. That's going to escalate everything very much. Yeah, good question, Mike. Good question.
And so the number one thing they teach, the very first thing they teach in any gun safety class in the States and probably anywhere else is the first thing you never want to do is use it.
Yeah.
Period. Ever. Yeah. Ever. I mean, as an absolute last defense, sure, but not if you're like absolutely you have to.
Yeah, I remember watching an interview with a New York cop. He was a New York policeman for nearly 40 years, and he was really, really proud of the fact he'd never shot anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that was his great pride.
That's the ethical thing that we need to talk about. That you have to live. You have to live with that. Now, unless you have
that's correct,
and you're just a I don't know what an NPC, whatever you want to call it. Unless you're just that and you have no conscience, no heart, no soul, then sure, I guess it doesn't matter to you. But the rest of us, no. We look at the long-term effects of your actions, and that's where God comes in and all that. Yeah. So that's your ethics right there. You don't want to do something that is going to be forever ingrained in your brain and your soul that you did it.
Which I find
you didn't have to.
Right.
Yeah.
Or even if you didn't have to, you still have to live with it. That's the unfortunate downfall that, I'm cornered by a bunch of other guys with guns that are trying to like just kill me. Yeah, I'm going to protect myself, but I take them all out. I still have to live with the fact I took them out. Would I have died? Probably, but I'm alive and I still have to live with the fact I took them out.
And which I
So-
find interesting. I don't know if you guys see the same. The people like often in chats, people on YouTube, even with YouTube channels, they have this illusion of, yeah, I'd be able to do it. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, come to me. I'm gonna kill them all. I'm gonna do all this with no clue how that's going to affect them mentally.
That's
This is fantastic.
I'll let
This is a
you know right
fantastic
now, Mike.
conversation.
That is the guy who has never seen someone die by violence.
Right.
Mhm.
In
That's
person,
the guy.
in their
He's a
face, right
cherry.
next to him. Yep.
Yeah,
you
he's
said
never
that
seen
before.
it. Once
Yeah.
you see somebody who's been killed by a knife or a gun or by a violent method, you don't ever want to see that again. That's the
Yeah,
worst thing.
Hell, even
very
for
traumatic,
somebody
very
getting hit by a
traumatic.
car and dying, that's
Yeah.
bad.
Even, yeah,
Mhm. It stays
Yeah.
with you for life. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's etched in to your
I'll let me fill
memory.
you in. My policy is okay. I'm armed when I'm home alone here. I have an H harness with a pistol on it, and I walk around the house armed. My policy is if somebody gets in the house and I'm home alone, I will do everything I can to go out the back door and escape and get out of it. Now, if he's got friends, that that escalates things.
Yeah.
Especially if they're coming at me and he's got friends and they're coming right at me, that's when I'm going to go to the next level. But if someone enters a home and my wife or son or daughter are upstairs and I can't get to them, they're between me and my wife and daughter, that's when I'm going to bring it right down on his chest. You're
Get out.
if I'm home
Yeah.
alone, and I will do anything I can to get out of the situation, because crying out loud, guys, this is just property. If I could afford to buy it once, I can afford to buy it again.
Yeah. I think as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
that
there
could
is
come down to
another-
the zones again, eh? Sorry, Swede.
There is another problem. Let's say, Bob,
Yeah.
if somebody come at you when you're home alone, and you go out on the back door,
Mhm.
but that dude has his friends on the guarding the back door to
Yeah,
prevent you get out. What are you doing then?
Oh, that makes it
that's different.
a perfect
That's
trap, and that's where you have to act.
yeah, you have to act. Yeah,
Yeah, I think. I mean, I would break it down into if I lived. I mean, I don't know exactly where you live, Bob, but I mean, if you, it sounds like a more dangerous place than where I live.
He's near Portland.
Yeah, so
yeah,
so
I like
so
that,
you
yeah.
you have to take more measures than I do. For example,
Oh, I do.
I would consider breaking my property into zones. So my back garden and my shed would be a zone that I would protect in a non-lethal way. So I would maybe have one of those tools that could, somebody's breaking into my shed, I would use one of these non-lethal tools. But
Wow.
if they cross the threshold of my
Yeah,
house, I don't have
Yep.
time to know if they're stealing food or trying to just murder and rape me. you know,
That sounds like fun.
I'm a pretty guy, so anything they could have anything in mind for me. So the second they come into the house, I think that's probably then that's the most dangerous situation for them, at least.
The more
It is.
you
I
speak, Alan, the more I'm not looking forward to our camping trip in December in Scotland.
Now, if they came at me to try to steal my Diet Pepsi, that's it. All bets are off.
oh, that's it. Yeah,
Abby say you can have it. It's crap. Stick with Coca-Cola, the real thing. Yes.
Actually,
get
if they
between
tried to
me
steal
and my coffee.
we'd
Yeah.
be all bets are off.
Oh yeah, no, I'm with you on the coffee.
I just drink beer. I don't know why you guys just drink tea and juice in these conversations.
Well, it's late in the evening for you. It's only like 4:45 here for me.
Oh well, yeah, I suppose.
It's a little early for the brew to come out.
It's 10
Yeah.
o'clock. It's 10 o'clock at night on a Saturday for me, so this is the time to do it.
Jokes aside, we all know the type of characters we're dealing with in the world now, and what kind of characters are controlling the world. So
Oh, here
when
we go.
you said what you said, it's not entirely empty.
Yeah, it's
If
not
everybody gets to
not
drink.
everybody in the world. That's the thing. You can't generalize. Say we're dealing with everybody like this. No, it's not everybody. There's
No,
a
I never said every. I'm just saying.
the most noise. So
Well, I mean, if a certain thing's getting promoted all the time, you've got to think to yourself, why? You know, and we're talking about being, aware of what's happening as well, and you know, it's not so fantastical to say something like that it's possible for men to get raped as well as women. Sorry to say it like that.
Oh, that does happen. I mean, that is a thing. But I mean, I think, in all seriousness, if somebody was to break into my house where I am, the most likely reason they were doing it is because they were wanting to steal the PlayStation to sell it for drugs. I mean, that's the most likely reason. You know,
there was one guy in America who was found chewing someone's face off. He had eaten bath salts.
that was down in Florida about 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy was he had some serious mental issues, so that's not
Wow.
the United States wants to chew your face off.
Yeah, I mean, there are people in the world. There's Hannibal Lecters in the world. There's psychopaths. There are nutters. They do exist. I mean, the chances of you coming across them are ridiculously low, I would imagine.
No,
I did actually.
When the crap hits the fan, those are probably the first ones that are going to get off because yeah.
Well, yeah, because in an SHTF situation, people are going to change. You know, the supermarket's going to be empty. People are going to be hungry.
If you're unsure if they're a psychopath, just give me a call. I'll let you know if I married them at any point, because that's usually the way that goes.
I think, I mean, it's not too bad of an idea to imagine that everybody... I mean, if somebody breaks into my house right now, I'm upstairs, I hear a noise downstairs, and I think somebody's breaking in. I should probably assume that that's a Hannibal Lecter type character, and not just somebody looking to steal a TV. Because if I give them the benefit of the doubt, all I'm doing is giving them the advantage.
They can't steal your TV. You got chains hanging on the wall.
It's chained to your wallet, which is chained to your pocket. You'll be tugged out.
Maybe he's after chains.
Everything's on chains, yeah, just like a bug-out bag with strings on it, like our American RAF, vest with everything that's on strings, so you don't lose the chewing gum.
I'm going to post
What are you talking about?
I'm just going to post a link in the chat for anyone.
Whatever. He must have been in a movie once.
I'm just going to post a link in the chat for anyone in the UK.
And the reason why the said everything's on chains is because I said, imagine if all your property was on chains, you wouldn't lose it. Just like you have on your bug-out bag, you've got strings and you wouldn't lose your pen.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to start chaining everything to the walls for fear that somebody's going to steal my TV and a crap hit the fan.
No, I know. I'm just saying you brought it up, Chef, just now by saying it's on chain. You can't nick my telly.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, we've clarified everything. No, we're on the
life
same
is
page.
not, dear love, life is not a movie. Okay?
I like your stuff behind you, Bob.
Yeah, life is not a movie.
Direction. Your vest.
It's an H harness, but anyway.
Yeah.
I was just saying, sorry, I posted a link in the chat for anyone in the UK. That was what I was referring to before. It's the Snow Peak Defender revolver 50 cal. So it's the rubber balls that you can use, or paintballs and stuff like that. So it's a paintball gun, obviously for sporting and gaming purposes. That's all. But I posted the link if anyone's interested.
Evil girl figures. Evil girl's comment. I was called a psycho, and she said, "I like it. Thank you."
Oh, thank you.
She's not one of the ones I married. Just throwing that out there.
I think. I mean, see if you're talking about keeping things in your bedroom, for example. If you're going to have, like, say, a side lamp, okay, you've got a couple of side tables at your bed, and you're going to put a lamp on each one of them. It doesn't take much effort to look for a side lamp that's got some bloody girth to it. That's heavy. And you when you're in IKEA and you're looking at different lamps and you think, here's one that's got a bit of weight, and here's one that's looks a little bit better. But,
in IKEA with the lamp like that.
Could I use this?
Alan, you're dangerous, man.
Taking practice swings in IKEA with a lamp. The staff are looking at him like he's nuts.
Marble lamp. I'm gonna get you now, Jimmy.
It's the principle of looking at everything like it has the potential to be
Your
something
Honour,
other than
it's
the
just
thing
a
that it
lamp.
has.
Your Honour, yeah, but
Yeah.
it weighs half a ton. It's
I can
like-
imagine. Can you imagine asking the
Flex
person
on
in
it.
IKEA, going to the IKEA person and saying, "Yeah, I see you've got that lamp there for £30, and this one's 20, but I want to ask you a question. If I hit somebody with this, would they immediately hit the ground, or would they be able to get back up?"
Hey Bob, what was that board game back in the day? It was Alan in the library with the lamp.
Yeah.
Cluedo.
Right.
Cluedo.
Oh, the Clue. That was it. Yeah. Yeah, Gregory
Yeah.
asked
It was
anything
Alan in the
about
library with the IKEA lamp. That's it.
There'll be a protest
Gregory.
outside your house. All the lefties will be out there. Like, that lampshade was way too heavy. He's bang out of order. You should have used like a rubber lamp.
Okay. I'm out of here. All right, you guys. Peace out.
Okay,
Take
Bob.
care,
Bob.
everyone.
See you later,
Later.
Bob.
Take care.
What was the EMP predictions or tips?
Oh, too late. Bob's gone.
Yeah.
Was it something we said?
Yeah, I don't know if Mike posted it. Somebody posted it, or I saw it. That some company that makes Faraday bags or EMP bags or something got sued because they don't work.
This is the problem. This is the
There's a lot of
problem,
gimmicks
right?
out there.
How do you
That's
test
why
it?
I've never trusted them silver boxes with the blinking light that hook up to your car and it's supposed to magically be EMP proof.
Yeah, there's another one of those. Yeah, I think that was one of them.
Yeah.
Hooked up to your electrical system,
We're
so
all
if an
being
EMP
scammed.
hits it, it'll absorb it. No, it won't. All your electrical circuits are going to absorb it, and every circuit board's going to fry.
Yeah, we're all being
Pretty
scammed. We're all being scammed by it all. It's all a big scam.
Prep like me, prep like it's the 1860s. Then it doesn't matter if your power goes.
Yeah.
That's why-
We humans went hundreds of thousands of years without electricity. We would still be alive if all the electricity disappeared tomorrow. It would just be
Yes.
difficult.
You just
Some
have
of
to
us.
learn. You just have to relearn how to do it without electric.
Yeah.
We'll be setting up primitive AA schools where like people will be getting off stuff like slowly. Like I used to be on the internet 24 hours a day. Like they'll be like, yeah, what brings you here to the primitive AA meeting in the forest? Like chef will be like, look, I'll just get on with the food. Shadow will be like, yeah, the way we deal with things in Sweden, we just try to sit
And
down.
they'd have a new group like AA called EA, Electronics Anonymous, because all these kids that are stuck to their phones would have a mental nervous breakdown for the first 60 days because they can't get on the internet what their friend is doing that they think is their friend across the country, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
I keep hearing the Twitter ping in my sleep.
Yeah, and Mike and Alan will have their headphones on still. Yeah, we used to talk with the headphones on. There's no electric now, but we still got them on. Like, yeah, I'm the headphone club.
We joke about it, but when it all hits the fan, if my brain can't cope with it, I'm going to be sat here with headphones on, a mic, and an empty screen or a fish tank, and still doing podcasts to myself. That's what's going to be happening.
He'll be talking fish.
Will I am. Yeah, I've got food. I've got baked beans. I don't know if this radio's working. I might be just talking to myself.
That's going to be it. Yep. Radio nowhere.
Hello, is anybody out there? This is Major Tom to ground control. All right, stop it.
I need to go drink to coffee.
Virilin, remember Virilin? All right. Oh, and an American will shout out, I've had enough of those British guys. Oh, I've had enough of those Tea Party mob. Like, I'll be just happy to hear a voice. Well, I don't care where anybody's from. It's just great that we're talking about these kind of things. And
So back to how would the human mind react in a safety or security situation?
This is this is the most difficult one. It's like I've tried it last week or two. The mindset of prepping and survival is what I've been trying to push and talk about more so, because I think lots of people could buy the stuff but they wouldn't have the mindset. And when it comes to fight or flight, I've got a feeling a lot of people won't be as fight as they think they are. Everyone thinks they're Rambo and they're the hero of their own story, right?
I think this is why they need to gameplay things a little bit more and practice, actually using the stuff that they have and the skills that they have. We were talking about martial arts earlier. At least if you do something like that every week and it just becomes part of your lifestyle, if you ever got into a situation where you had to use some of that stuff, you could run off pure training, muscle memory, and you kind of just go off that. Soldiers train for years on how to shoot at people, but most of them never do. But the day that it comes, the training takes over and they can kick into a sort of instinct as to what to do.
Some of these SEALs, some of these people, some of these highly trained special forces, or just there's certain soldiers that just constantly shooting all the time. I mean, I'm not a shooting person because in the UK American people would know more about shooting than us lot. But there's certain people, if you don't shoot, that something about your aim goes off or something. You've got to keep. But yeah, there are a lot of soldiers that don't shoot, but there are many that do shoot.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if the more you practice shooting, the better of a shot that you're going to be. And I say this with people who talk about usually it's about conversations about bugging out to a wilderness environment. I'll just grab my camping gear, my bug out bag, and I'll head out to the woods. And I always say to them, well, how often do you do that? How often do you actually, go out and spend more than one day in a wood? I mean, do you know what it feels like?
Could we develop non-lethal bows and arrows, like where instead of having arrowheads, we could have like bags at the end of it, at the arrow, so when it hits you, it just sort of knocks you out.
I think if you were to employ the idea that you were going to, have a non-lethal bow and arrow, for example, you would probably be inviting more trouble than you want. If you were at the point where you were using a bow and arrow on a person in self-defense, hitting them with a beam.
The tactics of non-lethal defense.
I think anything that's beyond what we've already talked about with the BB guns and the pepper sprays and all these kind of things and tasers, batons, things that have kinetic force behind them but they're not lethal. Anything that kinetically hits another person and causes them harm, but it's not lethal, as a non-lethal weapon. But if you try to adapt something like, say, a bow and arrow, like you just have a normal bow and arrow, but you take the arrow tip off of it and put a piece of rubber on the end of it or something, that's probably just going to piss the person off that you've hit with it. Because it's not designed that way. It's not like a BB gun that's been designed.
If you was hit with that close up in the eyeball, you'd certainly sort of shout out.
Well, yeah, but then
if you're talking about like in a quick fix situation, okay, long distance, you'll probably let someone know where you are as well. If you didn't want someone to know where you was.
Yeah, I don't see personally. I wouldn't bother with like adapting a lethal weapon, because that's kind of what we're talking about. If you're talking about adapting a lethal weapon like a bow and arrow into a non-lethal version of it, I don't see the value in that, because I'm not good enough at being a shot to hit somebody in the eye with that. I'm not going to rely on that. I'm just going to. You'd be better off just having a stick and fending off the person with a stick than some sort of bow and arrow. By the time you set it up and everything, the person's probably just attacked you. So I would go with the notion of if you're going to use a non-lethal weapon that's designed to be a non-lethal weapon, then use that. Yeah. A BB gun that shoots you at 200 miles an hour is going to bloody hurt and be effective. But if you try and adapt something, that's probably not going to be so good. It's kind of like the old-fashioned idea that know how you get people who think, oh, just use a lethal weapon like a gun, but just wound them, just shoot them in the knee or the leg, like in a movie. In the real world, that would probably kill them, because they'd bleed out. Also, you'd probably miss, if you weren't ineffective, you didn't go to ranges and stuff all the time. If you're trying to take some very particular shot, I'm just going to try and wing this guy as he runs towards me. You know, that's not going to happen. It's not, you know, you're talking about instantaneous, you know, defense here, and you're terrified. You're afraid of what's going on. You know, you're on mute again, Mike. If you were speaking now.
I just said aim for centre mass.
Yeah, I mean, and at least I mean, if you're using a lethal tool and you're aiming for center mass, that's the most effective way of doing that. If you've got a non-lethal tool, but it works the same way, like the one we were talking about earlier, aim for the center mass.
There was a time in the UK that everybody was. I don't know. Maybe Mike knows more in England where there was everyone was an archer. Everyone was. I think people were even paid to be an archer. Everyone was an archer at one point. Even they had trees outside churches, I believe, that was specifically for making bows and arrows. I'm not sure in Scotland if there was a law.
Yeah, do you know? I know a little bit about bows and arrows. I've actually made a longbow before, entirely from natural resources. Bows and arrows are not effective as a practical weapon for self-defense. Back in the old days when they were used in warfare, they were used as part of a tactic where you would have, like, they would rain arrows down on people from a distance. You know, it wasn't like in Robin Hood where a guy's a sharp shot and he can sort of like put an arrow through another arrow, all this kind of nonsense. In the real world, that was used almost like artillery. It was like used as you know, distance fire, and then, you know, people would go in on horseback and things like that. It's not really effective as a weapon. Of course, you can use it like a weapon, like a hunting tool, you know, if you're sneaking around and you individually target a person. But if we're talking about a defensive situation, that's not how that you would then be the aggressor. You're not on the defensive then. Remember, if you're on the defensive, then it's happening instantaneously because you're the one being attacked. If you're the attacker, then yeah, of course, you could sneak around and shoot somebody with a bow and arrow, I suppose. Even so, I still don't think that would be a very. You'd be better off with a crossbow or something if you were looking at that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, in my opinion, that is. I mean, just based on the experience I've got with things like bows and arrows, they're not particularly effective as weapons per se. They're good as hunting tools, and they were good in modern and old warfare, longbows and things, but only for a very particular kind of warfare.
I like the spear that Shadow has. That's melee but with range. That's my tool of choice.
Well,
this is a tactical spear, so.
Is that K-bar? Is that a K-bar?
No, this is a M48 tactical talon spear.
Ah, right. I'm sure K-bar did a version like that. Also, it reminds me, years ago, there's a traditional Irish walking stick, which has got like a big, like, ball on the end of it, which was traditionally used as something of a tool, you know, for fending people off, as it were. I can't remember what it's called. I mean, I'm not at Google right now, but if somebody Googles the sort of Irish
a shillelagh, I'm sure that's what it was.
Yeah, but you can actually get a modern version of it now, which is made of like this resin. I think it might even be K-bar that make it, but it's bloody indestructible. And, you know, if you clobber somebody with that, it'll do them serious harm, but it also works just as a walking stick. And years ago, I remember seeing an old guy in a bar with one of those, because it's just a walking stick. But he made sure he had a walking stick that if somebody was going to try and steal his newspaper or whatever, you know, you clobber them with that, they're going to feel it.
Yeah, you can roll a newspaper really hard and use that as a defensive weapon too.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things you get in a struggle. You can kind of use anything. You know, it's like we've all seen sort of the Jason Bourne movies and the John Wick movies and stuff, and there's some truth to some of that stuff as well. You know, if somebody burst into this room right now and started attacking me, I would just scramble. I mean, there's stuff in this room right now that I could reach for that are real weapons, right? I've got a real, because this is where I keep my outdoor stuff. Like, if I just reach right here, right? Look, I've got a knife right here, right? But if somebody burst into this door and I scrambled over there, I would probably grab this. And, you know, this would be what I'm trying to fend them off with, because I'm not thinking far enough ahead to be able to know what the hell's going on. And that's part of the issue when it comes to self-defense. You can only use what you've got at hand, which is why I was talking about earlier, in a semi-serious way, when I was saying, if you're going to design like your bedroom to have, lamps and furniture and stuff, then have a little bit of a defensive, buy the stuff that's got a defensive purpose in mind as well,
Defensive mic stand.
Yeah, I mean, anything becomes a
Yeah.
anything becomes a
That
weapon
works
when you
too.
need it.
Mike's going to force the people into speaking on his pod show. He's going to say,
It's worse than a beating, spending an hour with me alone.
I'm going to set up the mic. Okay. You're going to talk on my show, all right?
It's worse than a beating. It's worse than a beating.
I've already figured out how to make my my prepared saved food.
Chef's going to tell him about freeze-dried food. He's going to sort of he's going to torture them with freeze.
No, I'm going to know. I know how to prepare bad food to give away. So yeah, here you go. Here, take my freeze-dried apples. There you go, and they eat them, and that's it. They're done.
Yeah.
I just got to make sure
I
make sure I mark the bags appropriately so my family doesn't take it.
I'm just starting to worry about myself. When you held that knife up, Alan, I thought, how many blades are in reach? And I'm sure
there's
unopened blades and everything.
Like me, you've probably actually sitting when you start looking around, you start realizing you've actually got a lot of stuff around you.
Yeah, it is a good exercise to have it wherever you sit, whether it's at home or in the office. It's actually probably a really good situational awareness exercise to think about that. What have I got?
That's why I got a German Shepherd who's always at my side. I don't worry about it.
Is it?
The thing is, I suppose it's kind of dependent on where you are as well. It's like if you're in the kitchen, you've got access to all of the cooking tools, all of the knives in the drawer and whatever.
Yep.
If you've got a room like me, like this spare room, or like probably where most of us are sitting in our spare room or our garage, this is where we keep all our outdoor gear and stuff, so it's all there. But if I go next door into my bedroom, I've got bugger all.
I can see the newspaper headline, Alan. Man, burglar beaten to death with a kayak.
Well, I mean, part of the great irony is that if I was to take an inventory of genuine things that are weapons in my house, I would have a large amount of stuff. Okay, just because of the nature of the things I do. I'm an outdoorsman. I'm a hunter. I've got lots of stuff. But if I was broken into and had to fend off a burglar while I was in bed, I wouldn't have access to any of this stuff. Because
except that lamp you picked up at IKEA.
Yeah, I mean the IKEA lamp is the only thing I'm going with.
You don't see the comments, do you, Alan? I did advertise earlier on. I advertised earlier on in the comments.
Guys, please let me tell you why I'm laughing. Do you remember that film where the guy's going, "What's inside of me?" And they keep having a conversation, and about 3 hours later, the guy's going, "What's inside of me?" And they keep talking aliens. The guy's like, "What's inside of me?" Remember, he had the alien thing. Anyway, I'm laughing because poor Mike's got this guy in his room that he's forced into watching he's speaking on his podcast show, and he's showing him all his weapons, all his knives. Alan's talking about all his methods, and I'm envisioning them torturing people that are trying to rob them. Right, now you've tried to rob me, Jimmy. Now I'm going to tell you about all my preps. Chef's telling his hostages now. They're now hostages. Sorry, that was
bore them to death. We will.
Because everyone's pulling out knives.
I put a comment in before Alan said, sign up now for Alan's lamp fighting skills class. Bring your own lamp. People are asking if the last lesson is held in IKEA. So yeah, you might have a business on your hands there.
Surely I'm not the only person that goes into IKEA and chooses furniture based on how practical it is for fending off zombies.
25 years later, you're sitting there. 25 years later, you're sitting there. By the way, I've run out of preps. The reason why I've kept you here is because I've run out of food.
Okay.
Some Some of the couches are cheap and nasty enough in there that you could probably swing it like a bat. So,
Oh yeah. Hey, if you're really angry at the person coming in the house, throw them a box of IKEA stuff at the directions and say, you can have anything you want in this house if you could put this piece of crap together. I like how the middle picture, I just realized, going right through Alan. Well, it's a scales, but it looks like
looks like a lamp.
We're all going to have dreams about lamps. Oh, is that a lamp in the middle of the picture?
No,
That's
a
the scales.
That's a
balance.
scale.
We're going to be having dreams about like Alan running around with a lamp.
I tell you, if somebody's at the bottom of my bed when I wake up,
I have nightmares about Alan running around with a lampshade on his head.
yeah, I mean, it's definitely when you start looking around, you start
That guy's a
realizing
shady
everything's a
character.
sort of tool.
No, I usually got tools all over the place, so nothing like a Phillips head screwdriver to keep you safe.
Yeah.
I've started on a slippery slope of opening drawers, and now I'm like, oh, that's where that is.
Yeah, you do that too, huh? I opened up
Yeah.
a box I made the other day. I'm like, oh crap! I have like 3 old Leathermans in there, all kinds of tools. I'm like, oh, that's where all this stuff went, and I still don't need it.
I found an unused key fob with unused keys, so I can literally start Bob's plan and
There
make
you go.
a
Take
non-use
some of those
one.
Yeah.
don't fit anything anymore and put them on there.
There you go.
Make your wife happy. When you throw her the keys, she can actually find it.
That's where toothpicks usually go, in a safe box in the bottom of your drawer. That's where everyone keeps toothpicks, right? Normal.
That was the other day when you needed to clean your desk up real quick.
With a toothpick,
I'll find
I'm definitely not that LCD.
Years later, crap, that's where the toothpicks went. Now I can get that piece of corn out of my teeth.
Really need to talk. I don't even know what this is. Ooh.
Okay, it's things like we're talking about ethics here. It's things like prioritizing people that are in need as opposed to people that are potentially trying to rob us all the time. Is it? Or what about the people? Okay, I've got this preps, and should I help these people or should we not help these people? For example, guys.
I suppose there's the thing as well about whether you should come to other people's defense. Because you're putting yourself in harm's way by offering some sort of self-defense or defense for other people who need it, perhaps.
That live more outside the law, though, because it's not self-defense. So that would definitely live in a more dark region of the law, right?
Yeah, well, I think probably in most scenarios we'd be talking about an SHTF type situation in that case. It wouldn't just be a case of, I mean, if I knew, if my neighbour came banging on my door just now and says, I think there's a burglar, I think I'd probably just say, right, well, stand here in the living room and let's get the police. I wouldn't go venturing into her house, with a lampshade.
You put it on your head, that'll scare them off.
Yeah, just like, don't worry, I'll take care of this guy. It's
take your shirt off, put a lampshade on your head, and go walking over and go, "Hi, I was waiting for you."
I do think, though. I mean, we've spoke about mags and stuff in the past, and I do think security. I think security in a situation like that would be a main topic. I would probably be the most critical thing actually to begin with, and setting up some sort of, maybe not a neighborhood watch, but definitely some sort of defense among the little mag of yous for self-defense purposes would be high on the priority list, I think.
That can start as a neighborhood watch, as to not alienate non-prepper people in your neighborhood, but it's good to have that context, and it starts to get them in that mindset, and when it hits the fan and you become a mag, it's like neighborhood watch magnified to them, right? I would want to mention on the non-lethal weapons front, thank you, Shadow, because this, not just an awesome lighter, it's practically a mace, this thing. That's all solid steel around there. Yeah. That, in arm's reach, could be a tool.
The thing about that as well is it looks aggressive. It looks. If you pulled that out and sort of flashed that at me while I was trying to steal your wallet, I would think twice.
I've got a lightsaber, Alan. Don't mess with me. I'm a Jedi.
I mean, I'm standing there holding a lamp, and you're holding that, and I'm thinking this fight isn't going to go well.
Alan, Mike is your father.
With the same age, that would be a very difficult task.
Yeah, that would be.
Anybody.
Believe it or not, we're the same age. I know, you know, he might look 20 years younger than me, but we are the same age.
I wasn't expecting the compliment. I thought you were going to rip me there, so I was gearing up for something else, but you went the other way with it.
And the guy goes to you in an Australian accent. You call that a lightsaber?
I've seen your AI profile picture. It looks very flattering.
That's not AI. That was a photo. We took it last week. I just happened to be in London. No, do you know what? That AI photo profile picture, I look at that and I look at pictures from myself when I was doing the MMA and the training, and it's very similar. So I've put it as my profile picture, so it keeps me going to the gym so I can get back to that. Yes.
People be doing AI stuff with it. I climbed Mount Everest. That was me up there.
It's taking over. It's taking over.
What Gregory say? It's illegal to have a Leatherman multi-tool on your belt in the Netherlands unless you're working and you need it. Really?
Same in London. Same in England.
Yeah, UK as well, because it has a lock and blade.
They're releasing new ones now that don't, so I've reverted to my old army one because that doesn't lock. So you could see that doesn't lock.
Yeah, but if you fold your pliers up the other way, it kind of keeps it from folding up on. Oh wait, no, it doesn't.
It does. It does, but that's still legal because it's not locking.
Right.
I think if you've got a purpose for having it, I think even if you're sort of bushcrafting type people, I think this is. I'm not sure. Maybe I think you can. It depends on how you travel with your things, and if you're not sort of you can travel with bushcrafting type stuff in the UK if you're careful about how you go about your business. And what I'm talking about is if you do go bushcrafting, you go camping, you may do a bit of stealth camping. If you've got your stuff right in the bottom of your backpack, your saw, you might have a little sort of survival knife. Obviously, if you start sort of flashing it around, that might be more problems for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's the context of where things are carried, obviously. I mean, like right here, this is my grab bag, if you like. This is my bushcraft bag. You know what I mean? So when every time I go into a woodland environment, this is what I've got. And I pack it like this when I'm going there. I can go on the bus with this legally. And right at the very top, is a bushcraft knife. Now, I couldn't legally put this on my hip and walk around the supermarket in the UK. That would just be ridiculous.
So you don't have it on the top on the bus neither, though, do you?
You could take this on a bus, not on my hip, but if it was in that bag and I was heading out camping.
Well, even on top of the bag?
No, not on top. You wouldn't want it on display.
That's what I mean.
You wouldn't want to show it. I mean, the law says in the UK, okay, I have a shotgun license, okay? I can legally carry my shotgun in a bag on a bus in the UK.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with me taking public transport as long as I'm traveling to a place where I'm going to be using it, like a clay pigeon range, or I was going to some ground or something. There's nothing that can. Obviously, if I took it out the bag and just wandered onto a bus, then people would rightly so assume I was a maniac, and the police would show up. Yeah. But if you have got it in a slip and it's covered up and you're there for a genuine reason, then there's nothing that can legally prevent you from doing that. Lots of people who have firearms certificates in the UK don't own cars, and they still have to get to the place they're going in order to do whatever it is they're doing. And there's you can walk to the place. You can walk over land and things like that. Right now in the UK is goose hunting season. And legally, you can shoot geese anywhere below the high water mark on the foreshore without permission because it's crown property, and you can do that at certain times of the year. Now, the place where I do it locally, I can walk from my house down to the shoreline to get there. And then once I get to the shoreline where the high water mark is, I can take my gun out of the bag and then walk across the beach holding the gun legally. I do that all the time. It's not really a beach that you would walk your dog on anyway. It's all mud and things like that. You would sink in it. But I have to walk across like council ground and private property in order to get there. As long as it's inside the bag, you can do that. If you take it out of the bag, it's armed trespass, and that's a different law. So it's just about understanding the laws and, you know, knowing what the purpose of it is. You can own a machete in the UK. Okay, there's nothing against doing that. You're just not allowed to own it and run around the streets of London with it.
Shadow, could you put Evil Girl 87's last comment on the screen for Alan?
Yeah. Ooh, somebody said torture.
A fold up lampshade.
Yeah.
As long as it's on a slip.
It's not one of those.
It's not on your belt. It's not on your hip. You know, you start walking around with double lampshades.
You can have one of those locking lampshades.
This sounds like a job for AI.
Wow. You know what? We'll probably go on our laptops later on, and lampshades will come up for sale.
Definitely. They're always listening.
Go on your eBay, and on the side it'll have lampshades. They'll be following us everywhere. Shadow going in IKEA tomorrow, and they'll be advertising lampshades.
Yeah, that's a real thing. Actually, you randomly speak about something and it shows up as an advert on your phone. Facebook claims that's not real, but it bloody is.
How many people were getting tankless water heater advertisements last week after I said it like 50 times?
Yeah. And let me just get something for the record straight here, right? When I was going to talk about aliens one time, what I was going to say, I'm not into all that stuff, yeah. All I was going to say is that for me, aliens are demons. That was it. Full stop, gone.
Okay, good. That sounds like you need to have do a live show and talk about that, because that would be a fun conversation, but just not here.
That was
the quickest agreement sorted out ever in history, I think.
This is
awesome, man.
AI's version of Alan.
Uh-oh.
You know, you guys are my brothers, man. I mean, I'm not sure about Mike.
That's what AI came up with for Alan's lamp survival school.
Mike, are you real? Is that a face mask on? Is that really Mike?
No, not real.
Are you President Trump?
Okay.
Tell you what, you've all seen what John Wick can do with a pencil, you know. So,
hey,
anything's a weapon.
I'll tell you what, Shadow is more. You know, Shadow's dangerous, man. You know,
he's the quiet, dangerous type. He doesn't say anything.
You won't hear him coming. That's the thing. He's like, he might move. Listen, have you noticed he can move a millimeter a second without you getting it?
Oh,
you'll never. Oh wow! Did you see that movement? He done that like a ninja. I'm telling you, he just done some dangerous moves there.
Quiet people are always the dangerous ones.
It's always the quiet types.
Yeah.
For one reason, because you don't know their intentions.
Yeah,
like Bob said.
Yeah.
You won't see that monkey fist coming.
Shadow, I cannot find that M48 anywhere available in the UK. One place used to do it, but it's just not in stock. Other than that, you cannot get it in the UK at all.
That's an ancient Swedish one, Mike.
I'm guessing it's because it's got the holes in the blade, so they're classing it as part of the zombie knife rulings.
What a stupid law.
Yeah.
Stupid. Yeah.
Let's pass a law with zombies in it. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we're watching way too much TV.
I think it was green as well. If it was green, it was a zombie knife.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's just a case of politicians, doing their bidding for the lowest denominator for getting votes. It's an easy target.
Oh yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter that most people in the UK are killed by kitchen knives. We can't ban those, but what we can do is ban something that's actually impractical as a weapon. You know.
Yeah.
I thought they banned kitchen knives in London.
Well,
Yeah,
they will eventually.
The nightmare being a chef these days.
And make you walk around with boxing gloves on, so you can't use your hands as a weapon.
How come in the supermarket they charge you more money for chopped stuff? Because someone took the time and effort to chop it, yeah? Right. Like 20 pence, 50 pence.
I don't buy pre-chopped anything. I kind of have my own tools to do that.
I'm just saying, I can't understand all that stuff. You get people that buy stuff that's all chopped up, and I'm thinking, wow.
I buy pre-chopped onions. I'm not doing that.
There's something in preparing your food
Pre-chopped
that's really
onions. I've never had something so
you chop
lazy.
your onions, you do your garlic, you do your preps. It's lovely. You smell it there. You know, if you don't, you learn how to chop onions without crying over the years.
Life's too short to be chopping onions when they come in a bag already chopped.
I learned how to chop onions with my eyes closed. That's a trick right there.
Well, yeah. I mean, you could always buy.
You've probably got 3 fingers.
Oh no, I got all my. I can tell when the knife is about to go through a knuckle, though.
It's an alternative for you, Mike. You can buy onions. There's like dry onions. You can buy big packets of it, and that way you've always got onions there ready for you.
I get the boxes of crispy onions for me hot dogs, so I already.
I have bags of pre-chopped, pre-diced red onions, freeze-dried. They're raw, so I just add water. I just throw them in a soup or in a dressing or whatever I'm making with that needs chopped red onions. Throw them in. Got a wicked sale on them. Chop them all up. Throw them in a freeze dryer. My freeze dryer stunk like onions for a week, but that's all right.
Is it not easier? Not easier, but is it practical to cook them then freeze dry them?
In
So
some
less fuel.
Yes, no, it truly is. But with raw ones, because I like my wife makes a salad dressing that uses red onion powder, which is very expensive. So and they're raw. When they freeze dry them and they powder them, put them in a package, or they dehydrate them. I do the same thing. I'll just take some out of the jar, put the lid back on, seal it up, and I'll put it in a Ziploc bag and run it with a rolling pin, turn it to powder, and she throws it in her dressing because it immediately, your surface area to volume ratio just went through the roof. So as long as there's no oil in there to begin with, just use vinegar. Oh, it sucks it right up. It's great. She loves it. I'm probably going to make more here soon.
Come on, dog. Go for them. Sort them out.
That's my dog barking at the neighbor again.
Good on him. Go on. Get him practicing.
It's gone quiet. Sorry, I'm window shopping.
I was just taking a quick look there to see if there's any other practical sort of advice for self-defense, non-lethal self-defense things, and AI's coming up with things like anti-vandal paint can be used in such a way that it could be a defensive tool, which I suppose it could if you were clever about it.
What, as self-defense? What am I going to do? Smear myself in it?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. It doesn't really give a lot of context, but I suppose you could use it on your gates and your fence and places like that. Your gutters, somebody could climb up your gutter. I suppose you could do that.
That's when you smear yourself with that Vaseline we all carry around for fire starter. Nobody can grab you. Be like a greased pig trying to run.
Yeah, I was going to say a greased pig.
Is it Family Guy where it's they've got to catch the greased up deaf guy? You can't catch me.
I'll tell you what could be a good thing if you have brick walls around your property, and you could have, if you wanted to have some kind of self-defense or non-lethal defense around the perimeter, or even have some makeshift walls. Anyway, what the idea is, you put a few bags of concrete aside, cement.
I put a link in the private chat.
Sorry, Mike,
about the Talon Spear.
Yeah, that's the one I found.
It is the UK website.
Not in stock, though. Not in stock.
And I probably can't get it here in America.
£128. I'll just make my own.
Wow. The idea, what I was going to say is that you get a load of broken glass. You collect broken glass in buckets.
That's illegal. That's illegal.
Right, I was going to ask that as well, Chef.
Illegal.
I was going to ask the guys as well in this
Unless
country.
you're a military or some kind of a security base.
Right,
Can't
there
put,
used to
can't
be
put
properties in
barbed
England.
wire, nothing. You can't
Right,
put broken
okay, so that the
bottle.
law in America, you can't have glass on walls.
Yeah, you used to see that a lot in the UK. You're right, especially like late '90s stuff like that. I remember seeing it all over the place and stuff where it was like poured concrete and the broken glass in.
You can actually still see it in places in Edinburgh, like in the Old Town, but it's completely against the law here now as well.
Yeah,
Right,
honestly, I was
you
against
said
it
no,
because
yeah.
I was against it because we had cats and it's a nightmare for cats.
But what about in SHTF situation? Like, okay, ham radio is
You
illegal
do
if
you.
you haven't got a license, but in SHTF it's okay.
Yeah, sure. Who's gonna arrest you? When a crap hits a fan, you can do anything you want. You do you.
See,
So if you collect concrete and you collect glass, it's okay.
there is another thing you can use that's not glass, which is legal, because my dad bought some of it off Amazon recently. It's like plastic strips that have spikes on them.
Yeah, pigeon pins.
Yeah, it's an anti-bird thing.
Yep.
But
Pigeon
you can
pins
put
are totally legal. But they're not that hard. You can bend them.
Yeah. But I mean,
somebody puts their hands up on there to try to jump a wall. They're gonna spear their hands with at least one of them, and that's
yeah. He's put them along his fence and his shed, and like if you were to grab onto that, you wouldn't be able to pull yourself up without it,
And
going
again,
into your
barbed
hands.
wire, stuff like barbed wire is quite relatively cheap now. You can buy a bundle of that quite cheap.
I think barbed wire's restricted in where you can use it. I don't think you can use that in residential places.
Over 7 foot height, I believe.
Mm.
I could be wrong. But
Like I don't think you'd be able to just cover your backyard in barbed wire. I don't think that'd be.
You could. What Derail's on about? You could buy a bundle of it, pre-measure that to go out onto your back fence, and then have it stored away, so you can literally clip one end and pull the whole thing out, and it's a very quick up, and it's there.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna bail off here. I gotta go talk to my neighbor. I will see you guys next week.
Catch you later.
See you later, Chef.
Later.
Yeah, I'm going to get off as well in a few more minutes as well. I've got to get off.
No worries. I'm literally just now I can't get my spear. I'm just on blades.co.uk adding lots of things to a basket I'll probably never buy, but it's good to
what I
window
think
shop.
would be interesting to see if you could replicate a Spartan spear.
You could buy historical spears like that in this country easily. You can get all sorts like that. There's a one called Ancient Warrior, which is based in Scarborough down the road from where I work.
Wow.
And they have stuff like that, and you can get all them no problems.
Well, it looks like a real one, or it is
100%. It is a real one. It's a live blade on it and
Wow.
everything. I think the only reason we can't get Shadow's one is because it's got the
blood
channels.
Here we go. The lampshade and the spear's coming out now. Right?
Not only has this flag got a spear, it also will piss off people who are against flags. So, I mean that'll anger some people, I suppose. So it's a double tool.
It's double whammy. Double whammy.
It's not a Palestinian flag, so that'll annoy somebody.
Is that a real spear or is that a wooden thing?
It's brass. This is a proper.
It's a brass spear. Wow.
Yeah, that's a proper brass spear. I mean, it's obviously it's not designed as a spear.
I was just getting that geezer in my mind, the guy, the hunchback in the 300, and and Leonidas was saying to him, "Okay, lift up your shield, show me your spear." But those spears, like when they showed it in slow motion, how it knocked back two guys in the film, or three guys, or got the first guy that knocked down another two. The power of that spear going through the air, and it was wobbling. You see it in slow motion, wow, powerful stuff. I think you talk about bows and arrows. If you got people with machetes out there, crazy, and you see one guy had was it recently in the UK? He had was it a crossbow, or was it a samurai? The guy lately, what was the last one, Mike? Was it a guy with a samurai?
The crossbow killing with the
crossbow.
Commented the political pundit's wife, wasn't it, or something like that? Is that the one we're talking about?
Both have had a samurai and a crossbow attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, again, this is the thing. I mean, anything can be used as a weapon. That guy had murderous intent.
I was going to say just about some. Sorry, Al, I was just about to quickly say something about you said of the bow. In my thinking, the bow will give me that distance. Yes, have something for close contact, but I'm just saying that it might give me a little bit of an advantage if someone's got a machete from a distance and I've got a bow and arrow. It's going to
Right.
give me a
But
bit of
you
an
would be
advantage.
you would be the person on the offensive then. I mean, otherwise, why are you walking around with a bow and arrow?
No,
If
not
it,
if
well,
he was coming. No, as I said, he's coming for me from a distance with a machete. I'm
Yeah,
not coming for him. I'm just happen to be there. Someone's coming towards me,
you
and
just
I
happen to
can
be there
see.
with your longbow.
Well, I'm just saying, in the situation, I might be in the forest, whatever, getting away with a group of people, and all of a sudden there's other people there, and there's a guy there with a machete, he's attacking people, whatever, and all of a sudden he's coming in my direction. You know, I mean, if you look at old primitive footage of people, how they used to fight, it's almost comical. If you could ever dig up like some of those old-fashioned, there's actually still footage of primitive tribes going at each other, okay? And it's almost comical in the sense of 1 minute they're running one way, next minute they're running the next way, and they've all got these primitive type spears, bows and arrows, really primitive type, and they're only really effective close up. And then what happens is you get one geezer that's getting a bit brave, he's sort of running towards the other guy in front of him, and then run into it. Look for it. Look for old type footage of tribal war with bows and arrows, right? And so the distance sometimes, you know, and some of them have got, you know, you see them running away. They've got a bow and arrow stuck on their backside, and they, you know, has to get treatment, and then they're spitting on the grass, making up some concoction to
Again,
put on it.
the thing is, what like I say this again, what you're talking about is warfare,
It's
and
gonna civil war is a bit like that.
well, a war's a war. So I mean, if you
Well, yeah,
use,
but civil war is a bit like that in the situation. You're going to get the kind of kamikaze guy running a bit forward. He's going to be a bit more braver.
I think if you base your survival scenarios on lots of what if, you can narrow that right down to a zero sum game.
We're just saying, aren't we?
Yeah, but I mean, you can do that forever though. That's the problem. I can
No,
just say,
you
well,
said-
what if
using a bow and arrow
it's terrible as a
is not
defensive weapon?
effective? And I was
It's not.
saying, that's the point. We're saying that how if you look at the battle situation where there are bows and arrows used,
Yeah,
then you'd see it's not. It can be an advantage. Yes, it's true what you're saying. It's not always a great thing for fighting. Like you see them literally meters apart, and it can be effective. It can't be effective, and it just depends on how close what they get.
I'm not denying the effectiveness of bows and arrows as a means to kill people in wars back in the days where they used bows and arrows. It's obviously that's true, but they did it as part of a very particular type of battlefield technique.
Like you said, artillery sort of thing.
Yeah, it's the same sort of. They would
Behind the
rain
line.
arrows down,
Yeah.
So you're not going to if you're just going to have it on your back and you're kind of like Lord of the Rings style. You're the elf and you've got a bow and arrow.
I was.
That's a fantasy.
Can I interject that
There's actually Chinese geezers out there, Japanese Chinese geezers that are amazing with a bow. They fire like 20 bows in about a minute.
I have no doubt some people have great skills and stuff like that. I think that Alan's making the point that it's usually used en masse, so loads of arrows in the air. That was the effective way. Now, I think in our situation, or in a situation where it was SHTF and it was for an individual, I find something like a crossbow or a bow effective more as a deterrent than actually in the combat. Because if somebody is coming towards you with some sort of threatening, bludgeoning device, and you're aiming something at them that they know can get them from range, that action in itself, without releasing, could be a deterrent in that situation.
Yeah.
is what I would probably. That's
I mean,
the happy medium.
let's put it this way: if for some reason I was told you're going to have to be in a woodland environment in some sort of survival situation where it's you versus another man, same age, same sort of ability,
The truth, we know that.
you get to choose a bow and arrow or a machete. I'm taking the machete.
I'd have both. I'd have everything I could have. I'd have a bow, I'd have a machete, I'd have the hand crossbow like I do have. That's what I'm saying. It's just one thing.
While this debate's
I'm not debating whether we should have one thing and a bow and arrow in particular. I was just saying that in the situation, you know, not only if I don't know what they're called now. Those little hand crossbows. They're £80.
Oh, the little pistol crossbows.
Pistol crossbows.
The same one, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, the pistol crossbow is great because the missus can reload it because it's just a crank like that.
It's just that I'm trying to keep away. I'm trying to be careful of what I show because someone said to me, a friend have said to me, be careful of what stuff. And when you lot started pulling out your knives, I was almost tempted to.
During this conversation, I've found this year's Christmas present. What I'm going to ask Santa for. So.
Oh, you're joking.
I will.
I'm watching you.
Let me. I'm gonna share it if Shadow will allow it. I just saw this and it's really. I'm gonna have a Smith and Wesson. How cool is this? It's got like a double holster, and you get the axe.
Yeah.
And the fishing knife. That's gonna be really handy on fishing and camping trips.
Wow.
That's
awesome. Can you hold that there? Can you hold that there for a second, please, Shadow? Just give me literally 10 seconds.
While he reports me to the police.
It looks like quite a good little gutting tool. The knife with the hook. That's quite a good little gutting tool. The only thing that I don't like about that kit's that to me is useless.
The axe.
Yeah.
I'm thinking the fact it says bullseye, it's going to be weighted to be thrown.
Yeah, maybe it's a throwing axe. That's but as an axe, it's too small. I just lots of people with those, but
I'm not going to lie, Alan. I just want to be able to say to people when I'm camping, "Let me just grab my Smith and Wesson."
That's a nice package, actually. But
it's cool. That
it's a bit one upside down, the other on the other side. But yeah,
I assume it would mount sideways.
Of this that I've got. I'll show you after this. Sorry.
I'll take that off. Sorry.
What it's good for putting at the base of your back. That kind of setup.
This is called the old timer. It's like a little package.
Mm-hmm.
It's got. Okay, this is what we're not advertising weapons to everybody and stuff.
This is for bushcrafting
and bushcrafting. This is a little thing that the idea came from the States actually. I thought it was really cool. It comes with a little blade for skinning. It comes with a cutter through bones.
All right, okay. So it's almost like a full butchery kit.
It actually looks like is that a Gralican tool kit by any chance?
Butchery kit, yeah.
Yeah, it's a Gralican kit.
Sorry, it's on lock.
Yeah, that's good for getting through rib cages and things.
Rib cages.
Yeah.
And it comes with a saw as well.
Yeah, it's also for ribs. Again, you get into the chest cavity with that. That's a Gralican kit. They're very good. I've got one similar. It's not here though. It's not in this room. So.
How are you spelling Gralican? Sorry.
Not sure. Gralican is I think it's the Scottish word for basically gutting deer. That's what that's called. That's what we call it anyway.
All sorts of animals. Perfect. And when you showed me that thing you got there, Mike, what was that called?
What was that?
You just showed your.
Oh, that it was just an accident.
It reminded me of this.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I like it.
This is called the old timer.
Yeah, Gralican is GRALLOCHING.
I don't remember what it was called. The old timer. For preparing stuff. It'll come to me. Yeah, look at that. This haircut. Jesus, the guy in the haircut just left a little bit too long at the top there.
Gerber do quite a good Gralican kit.
Gerber,
which
I'll do one.
They're quite effective.
Oh, there's got some cool chef knives on that. I'm just on the old timer website. It's cool.
Bushware is quite a good place if you're looking for Gralican kits and animal preparation, things like that. That's a deer stalking website.
Interesting. Right. Mrs. Urban Prepper has a walk from her 10-minute, 3-hour nap. So
Welcome
I'm
to
gonna.
Aquatic News Network. Good to see you.
I'm gonna jump off, but thank you for having me, Shadow. Pleasure, Alan,
You're
Daryl.
very welcome. It's a
Have a
pleasure.
good weekend.
See you again, Mike.
And I'll,
I'll be getting up as well. I think we're after you as well, Mike. Have a good one.
All right. See you later. Bye.
Take care. Yeah.
See you later.
I think that's brought us up to the 4 hours anyway, I think. Just
Have a
about.
good
Yeah.
evening, everyone else that's still with us. Alan, Shadow, thanks for having us on this evening.
Yeah, it's been good.
My pleasure.
Everybody in the chat listening. Have a great weekend, everyone. God bless and good night.
Good night. Well, I have a little quite interesting information. It's basically totally off topic, but my dad and my uncle, they are twins. And you know what? My dad and my uncle were born in Glasgow, 1942.
That's quite a year to be born in Glasgow. A lot going on in those years.
Yeah, and
Right in the middle of the war.
yeah, the reason why they were born in Glasgow was that my granddad, he was a captain in the merchant fleet, and the problem was they planned to go back to Sweden, but they were not allowed to. So the closest port was in Scotland, Glasgow. So that's why they ended up there. And my grandmother were on board on that ship as well. She was probably 8 month pregnant or 9th month pregnant. So that's why the safest place was Scotland and Glasgow.
Yeah. So you've got a bit of a connection then.
Yeah,
Family connection.
And I think they stayed there for 3 years or something, if I remember it correctly.
Sounds like they stayed there
Before
until sort of the end of the
before
war.
they could go back to Sweden. So
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been a very different town back then. You know, I've seen some of the old photographs of Edinburgh and Glasgow back in the 40s. You know, it'd be quite a place. Massive shipbuilding place. You know, they still build a lot of ships in Glasgow on the Clyde. A lot of warships and things get built there still. But back then it would have been even bigger.
that's cool.
Yeah, so thanks for having me on again, Shadow. It's been
Yeah, it's always a
much
pleasure to have
appreciated.
you on board.
It's been an interesting topic, this one. I quite enjoyed it.
Yeah, it is because it's rarely talked about.
Hmm.
The most of it is talked about the offensive side of it, not
The defensive side, yeah.
yeah. Especially it's most talked about the lethal side of it, not
Mm.
much of the non-lethal defense or the ethics about behind it either.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things where it's the over militarization of prepping and survival that you see in other parts of the world. I made a comment about that last week on Mike's podcast, which I don't know. I mean, some people might have thought it was, you know, dismissive of the knowledge that things like law enforcement and the military can bring to the topic. But it was more a case of it's not just all about guys dressed in camouflage holding guns and fighting off the zombies. In the real world, it would be about just self-defense and defending ourselves in countries like Sweden or the UK where we don't have access to those kind of things. And it's also the ethical side of it as well. Not everybody wants to go, shooting people and all these kind of things in like some sort of civil war or some sort of imagined conflict. Sometimes it's just about protecting yourself and your family from somebody trying to break in or steal your property or something. And you don't want to do them any real harm. You just want to, push them away.
Yeah.
And there's probably a little bit of fear about people talking about it publicly in places like Europe or especially the UK because, like we've already mentioned a few times tonight, we have some pretty crazy laws, unfortunately. Oh, hi, Bob.
Yeah.
Hey
I was
guys.
just
Hey,
about
Bob.
to drop off there.
Oh, okay.
I think we're
All right.
coming up to that point, but I'll stay on a little bit if you're chatting.
Yeah, the ethics part of it is as was mentioned earlier. That's very important, man.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
we were talking about earlier, when you see extreme violence, it never leaves you. I mean, stuff I saw years ago still prevents me from sleeping now. You know. Yeah, yeah.
I agree.
It,
Yeah, I
it
mean,
it comes back to me when I'm trying to fall asleep. Is when it comes back to me. Some of the shit I've seen, but.
it's one of those things. It's like everybody kind of imagines that they're kind of in a movie, and they think, oh yeah, an EMP attack's happened, and everybody's attacking each other, and I'm just gonna shoot them all down and do this and do that. And it's like, no, these are your neighbors. These are people
Yes.
who you go to work with. These are normal people, possibly desperate people.
Yes.
You're not going to be wanting to, in some sort of conflict with them to the point where you're ending lives over things like that. It's, who would want to be in a situation like that? And also, the repercussions for that afterwards probably wouldn't be too desirable either. Even in countries where there has been conflicts, like I'm thinking about the Balkans, for example, neighbors turned on each other in the Balkans, but then when the war ended, they had to deal with the generational hurt that brought.
That's
or,
right.
or the troubles in Northern Ireland, where you have people murdering each other over Catholic and Protestant and nonsense like that.
Yeah.
And then years later, once the troubles die down, they're
Yep.
still living with the consequences of people missing, buried in a field somewhere, who knows where.
And alongside a parallel with that is 8 years after the conflict is over, law and order is reestablished, and that guy you killed or mutilated or harmed, his brother finds you,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
he's been looking for you.
Or you find yourself in court looking at a life sentence.
True.
Because,
Yeah.
one side of a
Terrible.
conflict has inevitably won eventually, or society has got back to normal, and you've got the legal repercussions of the actions that you committed.
Under the SHTF situation, yes, you can face legal consequences when things go back to normal again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to really think through everything before you even do anything. Because you need to keep that in mind. Well, if I do this, I can face legal consequences when things go back to normal. Do I want that? Can I handle that? No, if you can't handle that, don't do it.
And
Yeah.
I hear you, Shadow. There's been many cases here in the States. Our legal system is going to be a little different than your guys's, but I have an altercation with somebody, and he winds up crippled. Like I shatter his arm or his leg, and he can no longer work. And there's been many civil suits filed to where now I have to pay his rent and his food for the rest of his life. That's something to think about.
Yeah.
You know, and it does happen.
Yeah.
It does happen. It does.
Yeah.
You know.
It kind of goes back to the mob mentality I was talking about earlier. I mean, we've all experienced road rage. How, for some reason, you could be the nicest person who never says anything to anybody, but when you're inside your car and somebody cuts you off, for some reason you turn into a monster, or you know somebody who turns into a monster.
Feeling for sure.
Yeah, it's
We
like
all do.
it's like a switch turns because you've got that layer of protection. But and the same thing happens when people are on protests and they're surrounded by people who are egging them on or giving them the moral justification for acting in a way that they otherwise wouldn't act. So you'll see like old people at a climate protest, for example, doing things like spitting at the police or kicking a car or trying to set fire to something, you know, or smashing a window in a shop because they're in a crowd of people who's given them the justification and they're egging them on in order to do it. And in the heat of the moment, they're all fired up, and they do it because as human beings, it's programmed into us to be war fighters. And when we're in a mob, and you're in a war, you're kind of all riled up, and you do things that you wouldn't do normally. But then when the dust settles, and you know you wake up the next day and you realize, wait a minute, you know, what have I done here? So it's important to have a clear moral compass all the time in your head, especially if you're a prepper or a survivalist, because you think about this stuff more. Just because we think about how to defend ourselves more doesn't mean we should be far more ready to use defensive means or offensive means, you know, because we're a little bit more tuned into it. We should focus on your moral compass and think to yourself, I might know how to do something, but part of the preparation that I'm giving myself as a prepper or a survivalist is knowing when not to use something or do something, or knowing how not to go too far with something, which comes back to the non-lethal things. Yeah, if you live in a country where you can shoot somebody dead for coming into your house, okay. Do you have to though? You know, is there another way of doing it?
Well said, Alan. Well said. Do you have to?
Yeah.
And for me, if it's a single guy alone, I'm going to try to either me escape or get him to go back out. But if it's a group of people, you know, 3 or 4 of them, which happens here, that's usually how home invasions happen here in the States. There's 3 or more.
Yeah.
Come right through your front door and they're running. They're running right into your house. Now that changes everything.
If they are more in that group, they send someone on the back of your house and
that's right.
Cover the back door so you can't run away.
Yeah, they do that a lot.
Do you know, years and years ago when I was a teenager, I was at a friend's house and there was 3 of us and we were in his living room playing computer games, and a man just walked into his hallway. It was the wrong door. He actually lived like right across from him, and he was just he had a couple of drinks, and he literally just walked into the wrong house, and he kind of was the house looked the same, but he was a little bit not sure, and then he realized, and then obviously he seen us, and he couldn't have been more apologetic, and obviously it was just a mistake. But I can imagine a situation where if you're a person who has a firearm or something, and that happens, and you holy shit, and you just shoot the man dead, you know, in the dark, you know, for a mistake. You know, that's the kind of thing. I suppose you could say, well, you should lock your door, you know, all the time. But
Always,
I think we were like 15 years old and didn't care, and we were just playing computer games. But it's you never really know all the circumstances as to why something might happen.
Yeah, that was actually a good lesson for you teenagers. That was a good lesson.
Oh yeah,
You
yeah.
remember it all these years later.
Oh yeah,
I forgot to
we
lock
still
the
talk
door,
about
and
it.
I
We still
walked
talk about
right
it.
in. Yeah, that I had that happen in the garage in the last place we lived. A guy walked right in, and I am so this was before I started carrying a sidearm inside the house. I am so lucky that I was present and able to stop him just by standing up, and he took off. Come to find out, that guy was a hardened criminal.
Hmm.
If he had have attacked me, he would have took me apart because he spent his entire life in and out of prison. Fist fighting a guy like that for me, he would have took me down. I mean, no question. But I never forgot that, man. Never forgot that. That's the thing, is like the people who do the home invasions that kick your front door and 3 of them run in. These guys have all done time in prison.
Yeah.
They're violent and they're tough. That's lock your doors, man. God.
Yeah, the kind of home invasions we get a lot in Scotland are basically junkies looking for pills and
Right.
things.
Uh-huh.
They're not really interested in stealing your TV because that stuff's not really that valuable, to be honest, anymore.
Yeah.
But what they're interested in doing is going into like a pensioner's house who has a lot of
Yep.
medications, and they'll
Mhm.
just steal all their medications and
Yeah.
sell them on the street for whatever. And
Yep.
that's a thing.
Yeah, most of the criminals who do burglary and all that here, anything that can fit inside of a backpack, anything, cameras, coin collections,
A
cash,
tablet.
pistols, a tablet, cell phones, all that, and they're in your house for about. But that's a burglar. That's different than a home invader.
Yeah.
A burglar doesn't want to get caught. A home invader doesn't care if they go back to jail.
Yeah, a home invader's a far more dangerous person.
Absolutely.
They're
Yeah,
they're more likely to do you harm as well, unlike a burglar.
yes. Yeah. 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 That's a whole different situation, a home invader, because they don't care. Go back to prison. Oh well. In fact, the guy who walked right into my place, he had just been released that morning from prison. That morning, he already robbed 2 stores, stole a car, walked into my place, and left my place and went and did some more burglaries that fast. And if he goes back to prison, oh well. Oh well. That's somebody that I would consider, putting my finger on the trigger. You know, it's all. You better have clear judgment and have thought about this stuff way ahead of time. You know, before you do anything. But yeah, there's I have plans in place, and since all of this can be used against you in a court of law, all of this can be.
Yeah.
I'm not going to talk about it anymore.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that. Actually, I was going to mention that earlier on. Is even if you like, we were making a bit of a joke of me talking about having heavy lampshades. If I got broken into today and ended up hitting somebody over the head with a lampshade now and he died, this video would be used against me in court.
Yes, it can be. That's
something to think about as well.
I'm going to be going live about 7 p.m. tomorrow evening, and I don't stay live for too long. I'll go backstage and we can talk a little more openly backstage, even though that can be subpoenaed and used against you in a court. But, be real careful about what you say, because I'll go right back to the civil suits that can be filed against you. It all falls into the same category. You may not be arrested for shooting somebody, but their family can come after you with a civil suit. He was a professional thief. That's how he fed his wife and kids. And now guess what? You killed him, and you're going to be feeding his wife and kids. And shit like that does happen.
Wow.
It does. It's like they teach you in martial arts, don't they, Shadow? The best fight you ever got into was the one you walked away from.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's true.
Don't fight. Don't do it.
Unless
Anyway,
it's necessary and you have
absolutely.
no other choice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, luckily I haven't been in a real fight, a physical fight with another person since I was probably in early high school or something. It's not really something that's ever really happened to me, but there's been some close calls, but I've known when to talk my way out of it or get out of dodge. It's not really
I have
necessary
been
to.
in too many fights when I was in my school years.
Yeah.
Every day, I was bullied and people jumped on me, and so I was both physically and mentally bullied. So
Yeah.
Yeah. When I was in the military, I got into a lot of fist fights, but that's part of the environment. You're a young military man and just go to hook, start slamming on each other. It just happens. Happened a lot.
Yeah. I was kind of lucky when I was a kid. I was a little bit more. I've always been an outdoorsman, so because I came from what was a relatively small town and a very relatively tiny town surrounded by woodland, me and my 5 or 6 friends, we were all kind of passive, and we would just run around the woods all day, and when we became teenagers, we spent most of our time messing around with computer games and cars and stuff, so fighting was never really something we got involved in too much. But there was definitely people in my school that, for them, a good night out was getting drunk and getting in a fight with a rival gang or something. Even that happens in small towns, but we were the kind of, I suppose, not quite the geeky kids because we weren't clever enough, but we were the ones in the middle that nobody paid any attention to.
That's kind of how I grew up too. I wasn't an athlete and I wasn't a brainiac. I was just one of those guys.
One of the middle ones, yeah.
Yeah, just one of the crowd.
The In-Betweeners is the famous British comedy, we'll say. But anyway, guys, it's been a pleasure. This has been fun. It was an interesting conversation, and thanks for having me on, Shadow.
Yeah.
So I'm going to jump out now.
It's always a pleasure to have you here.
I'll catch you later, and
I'm going to end things anyway.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Peace out, guys. God bless.
Yeah. Peace
later.
out. Later. Okay, guys. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. And I will see you next week with a new topic, whatever it will be. You are very welcome. Very interesting conversation. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, guys, for stopping by. I appreciate it. And remember, stay safe. Be part of the solution, not the problem. God bless. Good night, Ace. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. And we are running